it's working! I had to set this up last night. Technically the game is a little bit stretched, but not by much. The game is already in a pretty like horizontal format. I can't play it full screen because it does that thing that old games do where if you tab out of the full screen, everything gets a little weird. So it's fine. I think you've seen a bit of this game about 10 years ago. Yeah, that's when people were actually playing it. 10 years ago. It says copyright 2012 because I believe it released on a platform outside of Steam first, and then it got put on Steam. No. Wait, is it 2012 or 2013? Yeah, I think it got put on Steam later. So this is a quite old game. I have already adjusted the sound to be more quiet than it normally is. I think it's like half. Yeah, half. Is this a good sound level for the game? It's like all piano for the soundtrack. Maybe it was 12 years ago? Probably 12 years ago. This game is old now. It's crazy to me that this game is considered old. Like, I still remember when this came out and I was so interested in watching people play it. Because there is a surprising amount of like lore and backstory depth to this. And just, you wouldn't know unless you really dig into the game. Tries enter the stream but gets eaten by a surprise tentacle monster instead. Very close, Randomist! It's not as unlikely as you think. Ah, that's what's fun about this game. Oh my god, there are tentacle monster emotes? Who made that? Squid. Whoever that is. Made that joke for a reason. Oh! Have you played Long Live the Queen, Randomist? I find that it's a pretty niche game that, like, nobody knows nowadays. So if anybody needs a synopsis, we are playing Elodie. She is the princess of a nation that is historically ruled by matriarchs. This is Jocelyn, her father, the King Dowager. I think that's how you say that word, at least. He has survived the queen, and so he is now going to essentially, like, be a regent for Elodie, kind of, because Elodie still gets to make decisions as the heir apparent, but she is not fully a queen yet, and our goal is to survive until she can actually make it to her coronation and have all of her powers transferred to her when she comes of age. I believe 15 is considered coming of age. And of course, with a queen dead and her young princess heir trying to rise to the throne, it cannot be easy. Everybody has machinations going on. So, I guess now is the time for me to voice everything. Oh, and if you ever need like an update on who is who, this question mark gives us a little profile. So I'm gonna look at this the first time a new character gets introduced, so that way we get a little bit more background information on them. So, this is Jocelyn.
We're almost home. Your room is just the way you left it.
He is the King Dowager of Nova, a Duke of Caloris. He's 33, and his wife is dead. Fidelia, she was once the Queen of Nova. Nova is the nation that we are going to be trying to rule. His brother is Armand, the Duke of Mazomba, and his daughter is Elodie, age 14.
I know it's hard to leave your school and all your friends, but I've arranged the best possible tutors for every subject. You'll have to work hard this year to prepare yourself before your 15th birthday, but I know you can do it. You'll learn quickly and make a wonderful queen. It's what your mother would have wanted.
This is not what Mother would have wanted! This is Elodie, the crown princess. She's 14 and single. Her father is Jocelyn, the King Dowager. Her mother's Fidelia, the former queen. She has a paternal uncle, Armand, Duke of Mazomba, and a maternal uncle, Laurent, the Duke of Merva. Also, Sui, hello! Welcome in! Thank you for the hydrate redeem. We'll drink some water now. You haven't played it, but you've seen a lot of videos, also read 2 fanfics. You might have played 30 minutes. Yeah, that's a very common experience. If somebody has this game, you play for 30 minutes and you die, and you go, okay, this is either the point where I try again or I bounce off entirely. She wouldn't have wanted to die and leave me.
No, she wouldn't. But sometimes bad things happen. We have to pick up and carry on. All of Nova depends on us. On you. I will be here to guide you until your coronation, but the decisions you make are ultimately up to you. Come, your maids are waiting.
So, welcome to Long Live the Queen. If this is your first time playing, you should read this brief introduction to how the game works. I will read it even though I've played this game before. It's been 8 years, roughly, since I last touched this game, other than booting it up last night to make sure I could get everything working. I remember when I first started streaming, I actually really wanted to do a playthrough of this game, but I didn't realize I had to use a window capture instead of a game capture, and I couldn't get it working, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. Tell me more. You'll be controlling Elodie, the almost Queen of Nova, as she tries to prepare for her coronation. To do that, she needs to take classes every week in order to raise her skills. The skills she learns will provide different choices in the ongoing plot. Learning the right skills can be the difference between life and death. You also need to keep an eye on Elodie's mood. With her mother's tragic death, Elodie is not very happy right now. The mood button will take you to the emotions screen for more details. Elodie is feeling both afraid and depressed, but her strongest emotion is depressed. If she becomes more cheerful to cancel out the depression, her strongest emotion would then be afraid. Elodie's current mood affects her ability to learn. It will give her a bonus to some skills and a penalty to others. Let's take a look at the skills screen. Skills are broken into 4 main categories: social, physical, intellectual, and mystical. You can't see it, but it's down here in this bottom corner. Inside these categories are skill sets, groups of 3 related skills. You start with a 0 in all of them. Every week, Elodie can study 2 skills. Normally, she earns 2 points in a skill for every weekday that she studies, so if she studies history, she earns 2 points times 5 days to get 10 points. Because she is depressed, she has a -2 penalty to the social skill set conversation. She doesn't feel like talking to people right now. If she studies conversation, she will earn 2 -2 points per day, or 0 points. But she has a +1 bonus to her expression skill set. If she studies one of the expression skills, she will earn 2 +1 points per day, which means 3 points a day, 15 points for the week. If you study a skill you have a penalty for, you could be wasting your time and not learning anything. If you study a skill you have the bonuses for, you will learn much faster than normal. All of these bonuses and penalties will change when Elodie's mood changes. She can also gain bonuses to skills by studying related skills. That's what it means by the +0.00 up here. As you study the individual skills here, this will go up and also just give you more points to gain. And they can eventually cancel out negative moods based on how much you've studied. She also gains bonuses to skill checks by studying related skills. Check the skills screen every week to see your current bonuses. Once you know your mood, skills, bonuses, and penalties, you are ready to choose your classes for the week. The classes screen breaks down skill sets by category for your morning and evening classes. When you select a skill set, the 3 options in that set will appear on the right side of the screen. Choose a class option for both morning and evening classes, then click the Done button, which will appear in the lower right corner. As you play through the story, you will sometimes see feedback bubbles appearing over the text. These tell you what's happening behind the scenes. Bubbles like these show you when Elodie's mood is being altered by events. Bubbles like these will show you when the story is changing based on what skills Elodie has learned so far. If the test fails, there is some option being missed because she doesn't have enough points in that skill yet. This feedback is very helpful in figuring out different options to try, but if you don't want to see it, you can turn off the bubbles in the preferences menu. Now get ready to become a queen! One thing it didn't go over is outfit. We only have a boarding school uniform right now, but as you learn more of the skills, I think it's like if you hit 25 in each, maybe 30, you gain an outfit that will give you a bonus to the overall stats in each one, usually by 10 or 15, which can be very helpful for hitting certain skill checks if you haven't been studying anything recently, or if it just is a really high check and you need a bit of a boost to get there, so on and so forth. Let me give you guys an idea of what this looked like when I first played. I obviously don't remember what my original choices are, but I will try to show you how long I was able to last just going into this, essentially trying to mood manipulate and get bonuses and only study the things that have bonuses. So in this case, we have expression and animal handling. I like the idea of expression because being a little artsy girl sounds cute. I'm fairly certain I did that before. Oh, you know what? No, I think I actually would have split myself between animal handling and expression like an absolute fool. But we're not gonna do that right now. Let's see. Decoration, instrument, voice. Let's do decoration because I do know that's an important skill later down the line for certain checks. You discuss the nature of beauty, looking around at landscapes, objects, and people, and comparing their aesthetic elements. And then for the afternoon, you practice sketching fruits and flowers with charcoal on parchment. You study the theory of color, how they complement and contrast, and how to select colors to emphasize a mood. What's all that noise outside? Who's here? It's my cousins and my aunt and uncle. This is Lucille, the Countess of Nyx. She's the Duchess Consort of Merva. Her husband is Lawrence, the Duke of Merva, which is the king's brother. Her daughter is Charlotte, Lady Merva, age 13. And then she does have a son, Emery, age 9, and another daughter, Zara, age 7. She's her aunt, Elodie's aunt.
Darling, we were so terribly sorry to hear about your mother Fidelia.
Thank you.
You look well, niece.
Hi, Lodi! Hi, Lottie. I haven't seen you in ages. Will you be staying long? Yep, Mummy said we'd be here all month. Maybe we'll have some time to talk later. Alright, so you now on the weekends, instead of studying, you can go to do many various different activities that all have different mood effects associated with them. And so this is your main method of manipulating your mood in order to get yourself into a mood that boosts the skills you want to study. For example, if we stay depressed, then we will keep having losses to our conversation and I think also royal demeanor skills, which are pretty important skills, so we don't want to stay depressed unless we want to keep boosting our expression or animal handling. As mentioned previously, if we put our depressed up one by getting a cheerful mood boost, then we would be afraid. And this is because when two of these moods are tied, it takes the one on the left and prioritizes that one. So, for example, if we had afraid and yielding at 2 and depressed in neutral, for example, because afraid is on the left, even though afraid and yielding are both at 2, it will default to afraid. So angry afraid is a very important meter that we need to keep track of because it can gate us out of all of our other moods. Same thing with cheerful and depressed for yielding, willful, pressured, and lonely. Generally, mood manipulation is going to be very important and you're going to find like which things work best for you pretty quickly. I remember sneaking out is usually pretty good because willful bonuses go crazy. But there are also some pretty decent bonuses for yielding. And I think pressured? Don't quite remember everything. Just remember you think you can get yourself killed within a few weeks if you do something either really stupid or really unfortunate. Don't remember what though. In a few weeks. The earliest thing that comes to mind is there is a social event later down the line, which might count, but who knows? We'll see. We'll see. I have forgotten a lot of the ways that you can die beyond like the easy ones. And so you will see which thing you can do gives you which mood, so you can always do the math to figure out like what mood that would actually put you in. In this case, there are some which will just say no effect, but there are some which will have question marks because they represent unique conversations that you can have with NPCs in the castle. So you could talk to your father, or you could talk to Charlotte, your cousin. In this case, I'm 100% certain I talked to my cousin the second I had it available when I first played, so let's go do that. I love this room. It's so much bigger than mine back home. You should visit more often. It's awful that the only time I get to see you is something like this. I know your brother and sister are still too young, but why haven't you come to school? My mother worries about me. She doesn't think anywhere but home is safe. I understand. I'm probably not going to be allowed to leave this castle until my birthday. But at least we can have fun together here. If I remember right, if you do something wrong, you can get yourself killed by one of your magical girl relatives? Yes, but that's later. At least I thought it was later. Well, I think I remember like roughly, I think it's like a third of the way through. So that's, I guess, earlier than a lot of others. Sorry, I have some hot chocolate because my husband made some and I have been forgetting to drink it. So, we were talking about if we got a cheerful boost, then our afraid and depressed would be tied, and just like I said, we are now afraid. So instead of getting boosts to, I think it was animal handling and expression, we now have boosts to agility and faith. But we still get... Royal demeanor, weapons, intrigue, and military are all penalties. Those are all really good stats, not stats, skills to be boosting, so that sucks. Back then, I would have just focused on things that would give me good, like, they sound like good ideas because they're getting boosted. I think I liked the idea of doing something mystical, so I probably would have gone, like, lore. I know that having good dance and reflexes is actually very good for you. Let's just do some lore investment real quick. There's also the part with the snake. We don't remember if that can kill you. No, it cannot. It's so early that it just cannot kill you. Lore! Only a lumen can channel magic, and only with the help of an attuned crystal. The ability to control a crystal seems to be inherited, so the crystals can be passed from parent to child upon the lumen's death. What is a lumen? One might ask. Well, do you remember on the start screen when it looked like this girlie here was in a cute magical girl outfit? This is a world that is both effectively like a medieval Europe, but also magical girls exist and are like constantly a well-known thing with powers that are commonly used by rulers or like people in those nations. The kings and queens of Nova have all been lumens for centuries, but in modern times, magic is only used for ceremonial occasions and the direst of emergencies. Long, long ago, the continent of Borealis was ruled over by a single witch king until a rival line of lumens challenged him for the crown. The resulting war went on for 100 years with powerful spells that damaged the land so badly that even now, no plants will grow. What's that commotion outside? Father? What's going on?
I have come to pay my respects in honor of your mother.
Oh, I forgot to get her profile. We'll do that real quick.
You have no respect or honor. It's because of you and your powers that my wife is dead.
What?
I am a lumen, as was she, and like every lumen, I am willing to give my life if necessary to protect our domain. Your line has been traitors for 200 years. I won't have you corrupting my daughter. That is for the Crown Princess to decide. Elodie, your mother trusted me, and I have much to teach you.
This is the Duchess of Ursul. She's 34, single. Her father is the Paulus, the Duke of Ursul, deceased, so she succeeded him. And her brother is Ignatius, the Duke Consort of Mead. Now, when I first played this, I absolutely let her stay. Of course I wanted to be a magical girl, are you kidding me? I want to hear what she has to say. She stays.
As you wish.
All right, now we have options. We could talk to our father. We could talk to Charlotte. I absolutely went to go speak to the Duchess, though, because, give me magical girls. What is it you wanted to teach me?
First, I need to know if you have your mother's crystal.
A lumen crystal? No.
The royal crystal has been passed down from ruler to ruler for generations. It belongs to you now, except that the king may be keeping it from you.
Do you have a crystal?
Of course. She holds out her hands. Light flickers above her bosom, and then, with a shower of sparkles, something takes shape. You reach out to touch it, and it dissolves away into nothing.
Oh.
It belongs to me. No one can take it from me until I die. You need to find the crystal that belongs to you.
You can get this chick to kill you if you piss her off enough somehow?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Also, you can put out a call for her death if you piss her off enough and then are able to out-manipulate her. Alright, so because of that, we didn't have a mood change, so we are still having bonus to agility and faith. Let's do some dancing! You practice curtsying, standing, and walking across the floor in a graceful manner. You practice walking on the arm of a partner and following their cues to pause and turn while keeping your eyes closed. You practice different partner dance positions, closely held, at a distance and on contact, and the appropriate hand placement for each. He loves me not. Lottie, do you have a boyfriend? Oh, not really. I just like to play with the flowers.
All of a sudden, the Duchess of Ursel rushes into the garden and points a sword at you.
No, not at you, at your feet?
Princess, don't move!
Alright, well, we have a choice here, but spoilers, we're going to fail it because we can't pass the check. Hold still. You want to hold still, but you don't have the composure to hold your position without peeking. You look down where her sword is pointing. There's a snake in the grass! You can't help it. You squeak and jump back. The snake tenses and prepares to strike. No! Your cousin pushes you aside and the snake's fangs sink into her leg. Lottie! Too late, Juliana swings her sword and cuts off the snake's head.
What is going on out here? Your daughter's been bitten by a milk viper. They're poisonous. Get an herbalist right away. I will treat my daughter. I certainly can't trust anyone here to keep her safe.
I'm sorry. I don't feel good.
We will be returning home to Merva immediately. Your aunt has a point. Milk vipers are not native to this area. That snake should never have been here. Someone may have tried to kill you.
Wait, will Charlotte be okay?
I don't know.
Yep, I don't have the composure. Alright, so, we spoke with her last time about our crystal, and we were told our dad might have it. Let's go speak to him. Dad, what happened to Mom's lumen crystal?
It's in a safe place.
Can I have it?
No.
But it's mine!
Meddling with magic killed your mother. I don't want that to happen to you. Once you're crowned queen, I can't stop you from doing anything you want, but for now, you are still a child.
And we're still afraid, because even though our willful is getting pretty high, the snake scared us. So you can see it's very easy to get trapped into moods that you don't want if you're not picking the right things in the weekend slots. Let's see. I do know divination is pretty important, so let's go ahead and grab that. You learn that the gods cannot be forced to divulge information about the future, and that the most powerful omens are those which arrive unexpectedly. Dropping your favorite plate is bad luck. A statue spontaneously shattering is a bad omen. You read about well-known signs of bad fortune. Wells turning sour, dry lightning, strange fish caught in nets, malformed babies being born, and so on. The castle seems quieter without Charlotte and Emery and Zara and their parents gone. It's certainly not empty, though. It seems like we get more servants every day. I was so worried about Charlotte after that snake bit her. Poison failed. But her mother said she's okay, so I guess it turned out all right. Maybe she has a guardian angel. Alright, so despite our mood being so poor, I was hunting down the Lumen plotline like crazy. So hi, Juliana. My father says I can't have the crystal until I'm queen, so we'll just have to wait.
There may not be time to wait. This world is filled with dangers, and you will need the powers of Illumine to fight them. You can't begin training until you've bonded with your crystal.
Well, what else am I supposed to do about it?
The crystal's probably held under guard in the royal treasury. You are the princess. You should be able to find a way inside. Otherwise, we might have to take drastic action.
I'll try to find a way. Alright, I will try to get into the treasury. And still, our willful and afraid are tied, but afraid is on the left, so we are still afraid. That was a joke, but it sounds like Charlotte is actually dead now. No, she's alive. She is alive. It is confirmed that she lives. Don't you worry. Of course, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that she'll be alive later. But she lived! Gee! Gee, how could that be possible? Huh. Anyways. Alright, let's see. Well, we've already got a decent amount of investment into our mystical at this time. Let's just do some meditation classes, because then we can hit 30 in each one, and then we can uncap. Because, like, if you don't hit the either 25, I think it's 25. If you don't hit 25 skill in each subcategory, then you are blocked from progressing past a skill 50 in each subcategory until you get that last remaining one up to par. So usually it's good to just have a couple days, or a couple weeks actually, of training each one, and then bim boom bam, you're uncapped. And you also unlock an outfit. So let's do that meditation. You practice assuming a sitting position that allows you to be relaxed and tranquil without being so relaxed that you're likely to fall asleep. You close your eyes and relax every muscle of your body in turn, letting that feeling travel down through you from your head to your fingertips and toes. You take slow, deep breaths, letting that air move through your body, feeling it give you life and energy. New outfit! Yippee! One of the maids approaches for your attention. Haley, you don't want to kill the vibe of the chat. Would you rather just tell you on Discord about work? No! Go ahead, go ahead. I'm just here to show you guys this fun little game I've had stuck in my head occasionally, on and off, for like 13 years.
My lady, couriers have arrived from the Duke of Sedna.
We have a Duke of Sedna? This is Alice. She is a chambermaid. She's age 18, single. Her family owns a bakery in town, and she has 2 brothers.
No, my lady. The Duchy of Sedna is in Talas.
Or maybe Talasi? I never knew how to pronounce it. Yesterday you were told if you don't sell a shed within 48 hours that you'd be fired. Today you sold a shed and you still got let go? Juice! I'm so sorry to hear that. Damn, right after they were denying you your bonus too. Are you still gonna get your final payment from them? They better pay you. It's whatever, they were shitty. Yeah, they sound like awful bosses, let me be clear. But still, it can be rough, like losing your job suddenly. Biggest oof ever. Yeah. Like, you know, at that point, they were just looking for excuses to fire you, and when they ran out of excuses, they went for it. Gonna try and get your commission from them, but whatever is whatever. Man, I know you're not, like, too upset about losing that awful job, but still, my condolences. It sucks to go, like, get pulled around by employers like this. That is such an asshole move. I can believe that they did that to you, but at the same time, I am always the person, like, number one, like, support your small businesses, support your local businesses, because, like, it's people who are in your area trying to support their own local economy and, like, pursue their own dreams, so on and so forth. But people like that, who go out of their way to screw over their employees and get away with, like, not paying them or not treating them right, that I have zero respect for. Gonna delete your Facebook account with all the advertising that you did? And then you don't have to worry about Facebook anymore. Win-win? Huh? It's only fair after all. And you can say you don't use Facebook outside of what you did for the company. So now, what's the point of having it? An eye for an eye, yeah, Cookie. You know, there's all sorts of things that say that revenge is bad. Bad for you, bad for the people around you, but have we considered revenge? Wait for it. Revenge can be good. I'm just saying, have we considered that? And yeah, not having to deal with Facebook is a plus, 100%. I never saw the appeal of Facebook, but, like, I still had an account because it was good for trying to network with certain people that, like, not network, like, stay in touch with certain people before I just stopped logging in. But then, like, years later, my account somehow got hacked. And so I had to go on and like do the password reset and stuff. And that was a hell of a lunch shift. I hated that. Awful, awful time. So basically, Facebook has only ever caused me problems despite barely using it. Oh, yippee! Anyways, hey Alice.
They have brought you a letter and a gift.
Condolences on the death of. Deeply regret. Best wishes. Oh, what a beautiful necklace! Something sparkly will make me feel better. Alright. So we're quite cheerful, still pretty willful. Let's try to visit the treasury and see what happens. Oh no! Anyways, counting and presents failed. You try to talk your way past the treasury guards, but despite eyelash fluttering, foot stomping, and outright threats, they won't budge. Humph! So now, we are finally willful. This would be a great time to have our Lumen Crystal unlocked. But we don't. Oops. So, at this point in time, intrigue and military are both really good options. I know we have a couple skill checks coming up, which might be useful. Oh dear. Let's do internal affairs. I don't think there's any wrong answer here. Because, like, military is also good, too, for reasons we will not get into right now. Teehee, teehee, teehee. But I think, like, intrigue, as it interests me, because I like learning about all the juicy lore of the setting. And so, like, that's the easiest way to get access to it. Excessive revenge is an issue, but there are lots of amounts of revenge that are entirely reasonable. Yes! Exactly! I agree. I'm so glad we're on the same page. Oh, but before I forget, we can show off the priestess robe from the faith area. Look at that! Isn't she so cute? The white robes and little purple with the ribbon in the back and the little headband. Cute! It's like nun but pastel. Anyways, back to the classes. We are now a nun learning about internal affairs. Until you have children of your own, your maternal uncle, the Duke of Merva, is next in line for the crown, and after him would be his daughter, your cousin Charlotte. Your maternal uncle's wife, the Countess Nyx, claims kinship to the old Merva line and originally asked your mother for title to the duchy. However, no one could verify her lineage, so as a compromise, your mother created her brother, Duke of Merva. Maybe like she gave him the title. There are some old translation issues in this that were like never quite fixed. The expression makes it look like she's gonna call for crusade, though. Hell yeah. Go, Elodie, go! I mean, I don't actually support the crusades, but... let her commit some crimes. It's okay, she's cute. Almost a white mage's robe? True. But don't worry, that we can't do magic yet. We will do magic later. The last Duke of Mead was the older half-brother of the current Duchess. His reign was brief and highly scandalous. He defied tradition to pledge himself as the lifemate of the old Duke of Ursul, then broke that off only a year later. He retired into seclusion and died still unwed. So, it's put in very fancy terms, but this is just like a whole gay disaster right here. I love, like, just reading this because, like, the Duke of Mead, if I remember correctly, we haven't actually met the current Duchess of Mead, but, like, just the fact that you can have a whole crash out of, like, I'm going to be a life partner a year later, undo it, and then die alone. Crazy. And he's not the only gay disaster in this game. As you're walking, you spot a familiar figure in the palace gardens. It's the Duchess of Ursul. Maybe I should go and say hello. Then you notice that seated beside her is a woman in the robes of a priestess. They are very close together, their hands gently touching as they speak.
Speaking of the gays.
Looks like she's busy! You turn and walk in a different direction so as not to disturb them. At that moment, you notice something unusual. It looks like someone just left the palace grounds by going over the hedge. Was that a servant, a thief, or An assassin. Let's climb up to look over the hedge. You look around for something to climb, but you're not sure if the nearby trees can support your weight. You run over to a statue and try to pull yourself up onto the pedestal, but it's too awkward to get your feet in place. By this time, whoever you saw is probably gone anyway. Nothing happened. Alright, so we are quite willful right now, and I don't know if that's a mood that we actually want because it does not get us presents, and I don't believe anything boosts accounting. Yielding, lonely, cheerful. If we drop our willful back down, we are still at 3. Okay. I'm not a fan of our current afraid moodlet, but angry is really hard to get, other than like visiting the dungeons for more willful. Depressed and pressured? Oh, so it wouldn't be pressured there. We can get 2 yielding if we go for court, which puts us back down here. Depressed down there. So we would be afraid again, which I don't want. I forget what pressured gives us. The most willful, perhaps, even. Maybe, if we try. I think let's just play with some toys like the 14-year-old that we are. And we'll still be willful for a week, so we can do some other, like, affairs type things. And then we'll be working on Lonely too, because Lonely gets us conversation stuff. But Yielding is really good for composure, presence, the royal demeanor type stuff. You spend the weekend holed up alone in your room with your favorite toys. It's childish, but you feel a bit better. Alright. So we did some internal affairs. Let's maybe check out foreign intelligence. Does that sound fun? Let's do that. The current Duke of Sedna is 26 years old and unmarried. He might be considered a good marriage prospect for you if you desire stronger ties with the domain of Talassi. I think we'll go with Talassi instead of Talas. The domain of Shanjia, across the sea to the west, has been steadily increasing in size and now controls a wide range of coastline as well as most of the navigable rivers. The political disruption in Tombula in recent years has caused a disruption in their chocolate production, which is to the benefit of Nova, particularly the Duchy of Kegel. As you're walking up the stairs, a maid comes running down holding a towering pile of linen. Before you can react, she barrels into you, sending you in the sheets flying.
Oh, my lady, I'm so sorry.
Oh, we failed our court manners too. Okay. Well, I definitely was not the type of person to punish her, even though this is an achievement I have not done yet. So, apologize. No, it was my fault. I should have gotten out of your way. If you'd say so, my lady. Alright, so we're still fucking afraid. Rah! If we want to keep going back and forth with willful and angry, we can do that. I kind of don't like that. Okay. My plan is we're going to do... I'll take not being punished for running into the princess. Yeah, she better be grateful. But my plan is, I think I'm going to go attend service today to get rid of that afraid mood, or not get rid of it, but drop it down to 1. And so we'll be willful for another week. But then, if we do another weekend of playing with toys afterwards, that drops our willful to 2, our depressed to 0, afraid to 1, and then lonely to 2. So then we're in a really good spot to play around with willful and lonely and stuff to try and get one of them in the right spot for seeing if yielding gives us court manners like I want. Alternatively, instead of playing with toys, we could do +2 yielding, the court thing here. That does get us 1 more depressed. It'd be 2 there, 1 here, and then pressured to make that neutral. So we would be depressed for a week or 2 maybe, which is unfortunate, not what I want. Ugh. Okay, my plan isn't as good as I want it to be. I might... if I do yielding, lonely, cheerful now, then we're still gonna be afraid. Do I want to be afraid because that gives me agility? Man, not having my earlier setups, ugh, that sucks, that sucks, that sucks. Rough stuff. All right. I think I just want to power through into yielding as fast as possible because that's, I'm pretty sure, what's going to give us some court manners. So there we go. Sitting in a court sessions is not fun at all, but it pleases your father and it may be important for your future. Afraid, agility, and faith. You can see that with like the 2 weeks that we put into intrigue, by the way, that the -1 bonus is almost entirely negated. All right. Faith, I think I'm gonna do a little bit more power leveling of divination. Let's do divination and lore, actually. Legend has it that long ago, a horde of Yeveni on the back of tentacled monsters rode into the Valley of Mead, laying waste to all in their path. Their conquest was only halted when Illumin raised a great flood to drown the invaders. Legend says that the island domain of Malini was once a single island instead of a cluster, until an invading Novan queen raised a terrible pillar of fire that shattered the land into pieces. You read about signs that have presaged famous disasters, such as the seas turning red before the doomed shadow fell upon Nova 200 years ago. You read about King Latimer, and how he knew he was destined for greatness when he saw the shape of a crown in a spider's web. There's a man here to see you. He wishes crowdfunding for a project of his. Remember, the treasury is not unlimited. If you choose to invest, you'll have less money to work with later.
Your Royal Highness, I have a plan to print books using metal letters which can be moved and reused. I need to borrow 875 lassi to assemble the metal and a factory mold to mold and assemble the metal and a factory to mold and cast the type. With this system, we'll be able to create new books in a fraction of the time it takes now and make copies to send all over the world.
I don't know much about factories or trade. Would that really be worthwhile? We are not interested.
She says no to the printing press if you don't have production or trade leveled. Major L for Elodie.
Okay, so I think now if we go depressed, we can get more artsy stuff done. So I think we do attend court one more time and force us into depression. Yeah, more expression and animal handling. Or just actually expression. We're gonna do instrument this time. Or no, let's do voice. She also says no to hospitals if you don't have the related skills. Yes! And I don't think we're on track to have the related skills because this is how I played the game the first time. I was trying to do the hard work of managing my moods and like only learning things that were boosted by my moods. And as you can see, that can be really difficult because you get stuck in certain moods so easily. You practice deep breathing exercises to build up your ability to sustain a note. You learn the differences in resonance between the chest, the head, and the nose. You learn about different vocal ranges, from the most profound bass to the rare coloratura soprano. This is Banyan, Duke of Moray, Earl of Serenitatis? Hard to say. I think there's also a funny concerning third thing, but don't remember it. I think there is one more thing, but I don't remember it either. But this is Banyan, age 31, Duke of Moray. His sister is Bryn, the Duchess of Hellas, and he has a brother, Bennett, the Earl Consort of Dis. He's single.
Your Highness, my sympathies for your loss. Even after all these years, I sometimes forget that my own mother will never be coming back.
Thank you.
However, I must call for your aid. The Ixionite occupation of the country of Imbrium has gone on for too long. Now is the time to push back.
I know there's been some problems with Ixion, but I don't know the details. I guess they're occupying Southern Moray? Foreign affairs failed. I'm pretty sure that's intrigue. We were studying that, but we didn't study it enough. So we failed the skill check. Oops. I don't know anything about the military. I don't want to fight. There must be a peaceful way to settle this. I will send for diplomats from Ixion to try and come to some arrangement.
Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, if I may ask, that necklace you're wearing, where did it come from?
It was a gift from the Duke of Sedna.
Then you've made arrangements with him?
What sort of arrangements?
Your Highness, that is a courting gift. The man wishes to gain your hand in marriage.
Oh, I didn't realize. Remember that. Just for later. There is a Duke of Sedna who sent her a courting gift. He'll show up. Don't you worry. He'll show up. Anyways, with that extra yielding, I can now play with toys. And we're yielding! Royal demeanor! Yippee! And history! And faith! Yippee! Okay, so history is actually foreign affairs. Alright, so I think royal demeanor is probably gonna be important at certain points. But presence. Presence is what we're gunning for if we want to be a magical girl, right? Let's see. I could also try to last minute prepare for the thing that's coming up with the Ixion representative. Let's do foreign affairs, even though we just failed that check, and see what we get there. You study the relationship of Nova and its nearest neighbors. The borders have been mostly peaceful in recent years, except for problems with Ixion to the south. However, trouble may be brewing in Piraeus as well. 4 years ago, the Duchess of Hellas tried to foment an insurrection in northern Ixion, just over the Galban River border. Not only did that fail, but in retaliation, Ixion pushed troops into southern Moray, and they are still refusing to leave. Tombula, to the north, underwent a peasant revolution shortly after you were born. The nobles either fled or were killed, and the new rulers have so far refused to establish official diplomatic ties with Nova. While they are not friendly, neither are they enemies, at least not yet.
The representative from Ixion is here. Be careful. No one wants to give up prizes that they have won. You have the full support of my sister and myself, Your Highness.
Let's get this over with. This is the Duchess of Hellas, age 33. Her brother is Banyan, the Duke of Moray, and her other brother is Bennett, the Earl Consort of Dis. She's single. She's pretty. Damn, I studied the wrong thing! I should have studied Novan history!
Your Royal Highness, thank you for granting me this audience. I'm sure we can come to an amicable agreement. Let bygones be bygones. No, we will forget about your unprovoked attacks on us, and you will transfer the rights to this little province.
It was the Duchess of Hellas who tried to take over part of Ixion's territory, without the support of my mother, the Queen.
We can be good neighbors again without any lives being lost.
Foreign affairs failed! Foreign intelligence failed! Yippee! Wahoo! Woo!
Surrender province, offer him money, offer to punish her, bluff, intimidate. If you right-click, by the way, at any point in time you can save. I definitely remember saving at this time, and I always make silly names for my saves. What do, Ixion?
Alright, so... I know that in some cases there are paths where you can pretend to be like you're allied with Talassi because of the necklace, but I don't know if I have the presence of mind, or Elodie has the presence of mind to do that, even though she was just told it was a courting gift. I know I'm going to fail this. But... I don't know if I knew that she caused the problem in the first place. But we do know, so let's do this. Let's see how this goes. We appreciate that you feel wronged. One of our subjects attempted to instigate a rebellion in your territory. However, she did not have our approval for these actions. If you withdraw your troops, we will punish her. Your Highness! This is the fair solution. You have no right to invade us because of her actions.
What manner of punishment were you considering?
Make her a commoner, command her to marry an Ixionite, or execute her?
Sui, execute him. No, I'm not going to shoot the messenger.
You know what? This can be a power grab. Let's make her marry Nixonite. She's single. Execute her. No, Sui! You know what? You know what? If you guys want me to make choices based on what you want, at any point in time, you can just use the point redeem that says pick an option for me. Just use your points, guys. Just go ahead and spend them. Make her marry someone? What is this, Greek mythology? No! European politics! Haha! Well, this is fantasy, so it's more like a medieval politics. But you know, Sui, if you want me to execute him, you can do it. I mean, execute her. You can do it right now. Just you spend your points. Do it. I'll give you time. Go ahead. I have hot chocolate, which is now kind of lukewarm chocolate, but I have hot chocolate. I can drink that. A terrible idea, but I could do it. Mm-hmm. I feel like if you claim using points, you might put the blame on me if things go to shit. No! What gave you that idea? Really? Would I do that, silly? Would I blame you if something goes wrong because of the decision you made me make? Because you would be responsible, randomist.
Yeah, they would.
All right, let's I think was I smart enough to play the political game of try to combine the two? No, let's make her commoner. She will be stripped of her titles and forced to live as one of the common people.
Your Highness, I must protest.
No one will be allowed to benefit from sneaky attempts at stealing land, not Hellas and not Ixion. Nobody.
Very well, we will accept this apology.
This is outrageous! Out! Actions have consequences or something like that.
Yes. Yes, they do. They do have consequences, which we will see later.
Alright, so we are rather yielding and pressured at the moment. We want to stay yielding. Because now is the time for us to grind out the stuff we need to get into the treasury. Insert that one Pakora meme you posted earlier. Aha. Do I want to keep building pressured? I think not at the cost of depressed. So let's do more toys. Alright, royal demeanor, let's fucking go. So we can composure this week, then elegance, and then presence, and then just power boost presence up to what I know the stat threshold is. You maintain deep breathing exercises, learning to find and maintain a sense of inner calm. You practice positive thinking, maintaining a good self-image, and conditioning yourself to carry on rather than be frustrated by any past misstep. You practice sitting calmly while your teacher circles around you and makes unexpected loud noises at random intervals. Ladies, is there anything evil you can do with the redeems? At any point in time, if you would like to decision for me on what I want to do, or what you want me to do, use your points, and I will try to adhere to it the best I can. From here on out, to make sure that I can listen to people's point redeems, I'm gonna be making saves anytime a big list comes up, so that way I can actually go and do what people want if I move too quickly.
There are reports that a Keithong has been sighted leaving the Old Forest.
The Old Forest? That's the area by Cather Lake where the capital was until it was destroyed by monsters. What's a Keithong?
A beast with the body of an enormous golden cat, a sharp beak, and spikes on its back. Several disappearances in southern Caloris are already thought to be the work of this creature.
What do we do? Should we send hunters?
The traditional policy on stray beasts is to hope that they return to the forest and stay there. Hunters are no match for such creatures. You would only make it angry and waste more lives.
So, we just let it eat people?
Everyone dies in the end. Also, there is a letter for you.
Talaris, the Duke of Sedna, will be arriving next week for an official visit. You don't remember the details. Should be fully capable of getting her killed. Elodie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're very capable of getting Elodie killed. Oh, don't you worry about that. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna be so fucking dead.
Alright, we are yielding today. Court manners would be so great to have right now. However, I don't think I would have cared about that in the pursuit of presents. You practice walking along a narrow rail, taking each step carefully and focusing on your balance. You practice standing and walking with books balanced on your head. You practice the elegant way to hold and sip from a teacup, your pinky slightly extended for balance.
Ah, Your Highness, what a pleasure it is to meet you in person at last. Your description did not do you justice.
I don't know how to deal with handsome older men paying me compliments. You know how she said older? Duke of Sedna, age 26, brother Signuel, single, a noble from the domain of Talasia, southeast of Nova.
Elodie's 14. Yup, this is medieval Europe, alright. Woo!
Anyway, some of your friends want to continue playing a game with you? Oh yeah, that sounds great! Have fun, Randomist! Thanks for hanging out while you had the chance! This is great though, you expect him to be in his 40s? At least he's not that! At the very least, he's not that. Good God!
I was so pleased to hear that you had accepted my humble offering. A jewel for a jewel, but you are the more precious. I hope that this is only the beginning of a mutually beneficial relationship. A union between us would bring stability to both our peoples.
He really does want to marry me! Alright. Oh, that's the wrong slot. Hang on. Marriage? Alright, I'm giving people time to decide if they want to use their points or not. What do you guys think we should do? Should we accept this offer for marriage, or should we politely decline? Well, any takers? Any takers? Where's the execute option, Sui? We cannot execute him! Decline. All right, Cookie. Here's what happens. I need to let him down gently. I am not marrying you! I'm only 14! So you know how I said court manners would be really fucking useful right now? That may not have been gentle.
I see. I regret the misunderstanding.
This is fine. This will not cause any problems down the line. No, not even close. No. Yeah. Anyways, it's usually really bad if you have an emotion all the way down at max because that makes it really hard to get out of a certain moodlet. So I'm going to sneak out because that gets everything to be pretty even. But we're still yielding. Because I want that presence bonus. Gimme magical girl. You practice wearing the royal regalia and looking at yourself in a mirror. Young as you are a queen of the blood. You are your mother's daughter. You are a force to be reckoned with. You stare at yourself in the mirror and practice focusing and transmitting energy with only your eyes, turning the intensity of your gaze on and off at will. You practice using different styles of breathing in order to feel more energetic and to let that energy surround you for others to share.
Ooh, this might actually kill us. You are requested to stand in judgment. A woman has been convicted of attempted murder and requests the mercy of the crown.
This is Kevin, the Earl of Io, whatever. His mother is Aris, Duchess of Lila. His father's Nalin, Duke of Mead, deceased. His sister is Corisande, the Duchess of Mead, and his other sister is Charmian, the Duchess Consort of Kegel. He has several younger half-siblings.
Your Highness, this slattern dares to beg pardon when she admits that she tried to poison my sister under her own roof.
Which sister?
Coruscant, the Duchess of Mead.
Is she alright?
She is unharmed. We caught the culprit in the kitchens before anyone could eat her foul spew.
What do you have to say for yourself?
It's justice it is! Them devils killed me brother and broke my mom's heart. Lied to her they did, when she went to see why he'd not come back. Said he'd gone for a soldier when he never would. He weren't the only one neither. I waited 10 years for my chance to get my own back. That's justice! You see, she's completely unrepentant. Hang her and be done with it.
This might have something to do with the last Duke of Mead. He was involved in all sorts of scandals. Alright, I'll make a save here.
Duke of Mead? Murder?
Alright, does anybody want to spend points to pick a choice here?
I know one of these is not going to be amazing.
I don't think this can kill us. I think this can lead to the woman getting killed. This is also I have been tanking my opinion with the nobles recently. That's not bad. Woohoo. Let's see. You know what? No. Oh, okay. What do you want, Sui? Ask the Earl. All right. I need to know if she has any justification for her actions. Well, did the old Duke kill her brother?
Are you accusing my family?
I'm asking what happened.
The honor of our line is far greater than that of the wet-bottomed child who sits the throne.
What?
Without warning, the Earl of Io draws a dagger and slices the convict's throat. No one harms my family. No one! He throws the blood-stained blade to the floor and walks away. Anyways. Now we're angry enough where anger doesn't matter. But we still need to stay yielding for a little while longer. So I can't do anything that'll get my lonely down. Depressed and afraid? No. Yielding and afraid. I think that's actually fine because our anger is so neutral. We can afford one angry mood. You creep through the castle's dungeons, catching glimpses here and there of the fate that awaits troublemakers in this kingdom. Even nobles can end up here sometimes. It's a good reminder to stay on the straight and narrow. Alright, so now we can wear the coronet, which boosts royal demeanor. So now we can power presence, and I actually don't think we need to with the coronet equipped. So let's do some elegance training as well. You're strapped into a corset and hoop skirt and practice walking with these. The corset makes it hard to breathe and twist, and the skirt sways out of control if you move too rapidly. You practice graceful arm gestures for every motion, from offering your hand for a kiss to taking hold of a banister at the stairs. You plant your feet in a strong stance, imagining that you are a tree deeply rooted in the earth. You can feel that power within you and know that you will not be pushed aside. You practice focusing your attention on individuals as you pass, letting them feel a brief connection with you before you formally acknowledge them with a nod. As you're walking one day in the gardens, you hear a strange sound and look up to see an owl flying overhead. A single dry leaf flutters in its talons. Well, that's funny. I thought owls were nocturnal. I guess I was wrong. When you return to the castle, your father is waiting for you. There is a woman here to see you. She wishes crown funding for a project.
Damn, I thought I had enough faith for that owl check. I guess my divination wasn't high enough. Also, hello, Nishoba! Welcome in! How are you doing tonight? Thank you for seeing me, Your Royal Highness. I come to you on behalf of the people. I wish to build a hospital where any citizen afflicted with disease can be brought for treatment. Putting all the sick people together? Wouldn't that make them die faster? We are not interested.
We've missed out on the printing press, but now we've missed out on hospitals!
You're doing good and you got over it. What do you mean you got over it? What? It's a good thing to do good. But now, with the coronet and our presence high enough... Damn it, partial success? Really? Okay. You order the guards to step aside and let you into the treasury. They will waver slightly, but in the end, to stand by your father's commands. Fine. Fine. Okay. Damn. Jesus Christ. Let's do some more composure. And now presents. That's a joke some people say around here. Oh, I didn't realize it was a joke. At your command, your teacher strikes your palm with a leather toss, and you learn to bear the sting. You lie on a couch and try to remain relaxed while your teacher smacks your heels with a leather toss. You practice being aware of your environment, seeing everything as it transpires around you and feeling that you are in control of it all. You practice giving commands to the castle staff, neither asking nor demanding, but telling them what needs to be done. As long as you believe it to be true, they will as well. You practice watching people and willing them to feel your gaze on them. Inevitably, they will be drawn to you.
Remember that the Festival of the Good Lady is approaching. There will be public celebrations for the commoners, followed by a grand gala for the nobility.
A grand ball? There will be dancing!
As queen, you will be expected to lead the procession and take part in the ceremonial planting You'll be expected to lead the procession and take part in the ceremonial planting, possibly give a speech. However, since you're not yet crowned, it is not required, and it may not be safe to expose you to the public.
What do you mean, not safe?
Outside of the castle, you are less well protected. If anyone means you harm, think on it now, decide later. There is a letter for you as well.
It's from Briony! I went to school with her, but she's a couple years older than me. Her mother is the Duchess of Mead. She's complaining that her mother still won't let her come home for the holidays. Apparently, her Uncle Kevin is absolutely furious about that woman's trial. Oh, but she's bored and looking for an adventure? Well, I don't have any to suggest to her. It's colder than a witch's behoovy around here. You're already hit by the storm, right? For me, it's supposed to be coming tomorrow. I'd say we're ready. My husband already went grocery shopping for the weekend to make some meals, and he made one that has got a lot of bulk ingredients today, so we should be all good. There we go! Presents! You order the guards to stand aside and walk forward with your head held high. None of them dares deny you access to your own treasury. The glitter is dazzling, but some sixth sense draws you towards one little locked box in particular. This is what you need. This is the crystal that will make you illumine. You tuck the box into your pocket. You can show it to your mentor later and get instructions on what to do next. Alright, so it took us
10 weeks to get into the treasury.
but we got there! And so we can follow up with the Lumen stuff next week. Alright, let's see. This is probably a good time to cram Novan history for that upcoming dance. But I think, like a fool... Would I have crammed dance? At the time I didn't know... Okay, yeah, I probably would have crammed dance. You already got hit, more is on the way. Oh, I didn't realize there was more on the way. You're on a 40 stream watch streak, Nashova? Oh my goodness! Thank you so much! That's over a month! That's crazy! Thank you! I appreciate that. Man, you must be farming extra points from those watch streaks too, because don't they give you like one for every time that there's a milestone? Or not one, but like extra rewards every time you hit another milestone? You must have a ton of points by now. You know what? Let's cram our Novan history in. You read about the history of your domain. Hundreds of years ago, Nova was the center of a great empire spanning the length of the western coast, as well as a few island territories. Over time, your influence has waned. Nova's history involves an endless slew of names and dates. Even as small as it's become, there are 10 dukedoms, 11 now, plus the royal line. You hope no one expects you to memorize every lineage. No individual may hold more than one dukedom, but nobles seek noble spouses, so titles often come together before being parceled out to heirs. Your father is the Duke of Caloris, and his brother is Duke of Mazomba. Bryn, Duchess of Hellas, is the sister of Banyan, Duke of Moray, and so on. Oh, there we go. Well, it caps out at 450, you think? But still, every single time you get a new notification for that. I think it's another point reward.
Today's the procession and planting for the Festival of the Good Lady. Will you be leading the parade? If you have any concerns about your safety, please stay here. The people will recover from disappointment. If we lose you, there is no recovery.
All right. Parade. Would anybody like to decide for me what we'll do for this parade? Or would you rather let me make the choice? You can use your point redeem to pick an option for me now if you'd like to decide it. You only got 22k points. Keep in mind, donate a ton for the karaoke. Then you spent a bunch trolling with the model redeems one mood. Yeah, I do remember that actually. It was like 2 or 3 different times that I had to switch. I do it. All right. I want to see what will happen if I lead the parade because I think I have set myself up to be assassinated. Oh, hey. Speaking of point redeems. Anyways. Let's go ahead and make this a little bigger. There we go. Now you can see it nice and pretty. Magical girl mode. Let's go. And we're about to be a magical girl in the game, assuming we don't die. So let's see. I'll lead the parade. I'm not afraid. I'm going to be the best parade leader ever.
My little girl.
You prepare your best gown for the occasion, then walk slowly through the town with your attendants. It would not be appropriate for you to wear a sword, but you do walk with a sturdy golden scepter that's taller than you are. At the end of the route, you help the priestesses turn over the earth for the new tree to be planted. We failed the elegance and all that. Great. Then the new life is blessed and all the attendants join in song. Procession regroups to return to the castle. Okay. If you piss off enough people, there's supposed to be a whole, like, water springs forth from the ground and it's salty. Grr! Everybody's afraid. Crazy. I can't believe that I haven't bombed everything yet. Alright, anyways, Lumen time, baby. You don't like making decisions for people in games? Oh, yeah. That's fine. You don't have to. I have it as an option just because this game has a lot of options in it, and you can only see so many of them in a single playthrough. This game is very purposefully designed where there are so many different skill checks that you cannot complete all of them. You have to have a goal in mind if you want a successful run in the end. This is just me showing you guys how I would have played this when I first played, to try and give you an idea of like how easy it is to find a dead end.
Or a bad end. A thing where you die or you fail.
I got it! What do I do now?
Pick up the crystal with your bare hands, press it against your chest, over your heart, and say, illuminate.
Do it. No option there. I'm doing it. Branching paths and bad ends, Cookie. Exactly. Okay, here we go. Illuminate! Look at that 2013 Magical Girl scene. You feel dizzy and both larger and lighter than you were before. The crystal has disappeared from view, but you know where it is. Wow.
The priestess here is a friend of mine. I will come to your lessons in the faith and train you to use your powers.
And now we're cheerful for once. Oh my goodness. Alright, so I would love to get started on Lumen stuff, but I was still playing this with the assumption of do the thing that has my mood boosted. So, I think in this case, if we have conversation boosted, let's go ahead and do court manners. Cram it in before the ball. You review the correct greetings for guests according to rank and when to extend your hand to another. All nobles expect their due honors. As the person of highest rank within the domain, no one may sit at any formal event unless you give them permission, and no one must ever turn their back on you. If they do, you are intended to recognize the insult. You study rules for formal dining, including the proper utensils for different dishes. As the queen, no one will comment on your mistakes, but they will notice them.
Are you ready for the grand ball? All the nobles in the domain are here to see you, to see their queen.
You finish dressing and descend the stairs to make a grand entrance. All around, the rich and powerful pause in their activities to gaze upon you, the ruler of them all. You let your eyes rest upon each in turn as you have been taught, impressing upon them that you're not a child, but a queen. Your father waits for you at the bottom of the stairs and offers you his arm.
The first dance is for us.
He guides you gently around the dance floor, never rushing you. It's fun to dance with your father, but the look in his eyes is so sad.
After this, you must choose your own partner. There are a number of men who hope to catch your eye. The Duke of Kegel alone has brought 3 eligible sons, all near your age.
Look around the room at all your possible partners, which is to say, everyone. No one may begin dancing until you do. You can pick whomever you want, and you will not be denied. So, intrigue and court manners failed. All right. Dance. So, who should we dance with, guys? Someone about our age, or younger than us, or older than you, or already married, or someone scandalous? Because we failed our intrigue and court manners, we can't pick anyone by name, and I think we have limited options. Like, there's a default option for each one of these, so we would just be going with those. Not seeing anybody using their point redeem options, so I think, based on the flags that I've already triggered, I think the safest political one is probably someone about my age. But I could do someone scandalous as a treat. But I think I would have played it safe, someone about my age. You approach Lindley, the second son of the Duke of Kegel. He's about 2 years older than you, and he was always nice to you at school. He bows to you with great courtesy, and you begin to dance. Dancing with a real partner feels quite different from dancing with your father. You knew him, knew his steps like a part of you. Now, every move is a mystery, and unfortunately, you lose track of which steps you're supposed to do when, and trip over your own feet. Oops! Between the dances, there is time for the guests to mingle, chat, and sample tiny bits of exquisite food. During a lull in the music, Banyan, the Duke of Moray, taps an elegant fingernail against a wine glass, letting the clear note ring out through the room.
If I might have your attention, I believe we should offer our compliments to our lovely hostess. Her respect for tradition and the rights of the nobility means that we can all sleep safe in our beds. Our mother entrusted the jewel of her lands to my sister Bryn, a request which the princess holds in honor.
The blatant falseness of his words grates on your ears. He's challenging your honor in front of the entire assembly. He wants me angry. He wants me to make a mistake. All right. So we could challenge him to a duel, ignore the insult, or order his execution. He wants me angry, he says. And 2 of our options are to get fucking angry. This is why I enjoy this game. But at the time, I definitely would have just ignored the insult. You turn your head away, pretending not to notice the concerned murmurs around you. Better to look like a coward than to indulge in pointless fighting, right? As the gala continues, you take the opportunity to observe nobles that you rarely see. There's Gwenelle, for instance, the young lady of Sudbury, only months older than you and due to finally inherit control of her duchy soon. Or Adele, the youngest daughter of the Duchess of Layla, and a fierce sportswoman. She was a few years ahead of you at school and the absolute terror of the ball fields. No, Brienne, she had said her parents were leaving her stuck at school this season. Her parents are here dancing together, the Duke Consort clutching his Duchess possessively tight. Strange that there's no sign of your cousins, though. Shouldn't they be here? Well, your aunt and uncle are here, of course. It would be scandalous if they hadn't come with Meriva being so close by. It's nice to be able to enjoy time with friends and family, isn't it?
Sense magic check failed, by the way.
Anyways. So we are currently cheerful, which is great for boosting our conversation still. I need to get willful, because I want to power level my Lumen stuff, because that's what I would have done the instant I had it unlocked. So I think we're sneaking out. But we're still cheerful this week. Conversation and athletics. Running, climbing, swimming. I think it's too late to do anything meaningful with those. I'm gonna be real with you. I think let's go more in on my conversation. We can do a little bit of flattery and public speaking, and then we can do more court manners from there. You learn that it's important to make eye contact when saying nice things about someone. You learn that flattering comments have the best impact when kept short, gushing makes people feel awkward, and you learn that it is always better to compliment people for their personality and their choices than their physical attributes. You wander downstairs to visit your father and talk about the latest events of the domain. You're moving with such enthusiasm that you don't realize your father isn't alone until it's too late to avoid him and his companion. This is Siren, the Countess of Miranda and Callisto. She is 25 and single, going for your father who's like 33. She likes an older man, we understand.
You're too kind, Jocelyn.
Countess Siren, not a member of your circles. She's a bit more than a decade your senior, far too old to have ever been your friend, and yet not at all old as noblewomen go. She has 2 minor titles, no husband, and your father's arm in her grasp. You take a deep breath. Alright, we're saving. Have a confession to make, Nashoba? Go ahead, sure.
I hope it's not a big confession. Dad marriage?
I greet her politely, shame her with silent scorn, insult her with false flattery, or trip her as she passes. You're addicted to seaweed? You need to see kelp?
Oh, I see. I understand.
Boo! Boo, Nashoba! Boo! Shaking my head. You know what? For half a second, I thought you were serious. Like, I have a fun snack that I like to eat because there are actually, like, seaweed snacks that exist. And apparently they're really good if you like savory food. But I've never had them myself. Ah! Sing mode! Right now? Is this because I booed you, Nashoba? Alright, here we go. We have the sad song playing right now because Elodie doesn't like the idea that her dad could move on from her mother who has died, and that's why we have so many options to try and ruin their relationship instead of being supportive. I don't normally care too much about whether her father marries or not, but I think that it's possible to pull off the shame with our high presence, so let's see if it works at all. You meet her eyes, and imagine your mother. Wait. And imagine your mother's disapproving presence behind you. Her color pales and she releases her grip on your father's arm, mumbling an apology before hurrying out of the room. You have defeated her, and once she's gone, you raise an eyebrow at your father, and he says, "Don't give me that look, young lady. She's a nice woman, nothing more, and she wants something more. It's not going to happen anytime soon." Oh, and the music actually changed. Oh, I'm covering so much text with how big my model is. Hang on. Alright, I can't get rid of everything. Like all of it being covered because of Kerberos and Spinel. But I still want to show off the staff. So let's go like this, and you can see most of it, but I'm reading it aloud, it's fine. Maybe I'll continue to use the rest of my points to make me keep singing. Right! I'm supposed to be singing! I forgot to sing while I was adjusting the model. I promise it wasn't on purpose. It's just hard not to slip out of singing when I'm no longer used to it. But I should still try to read the dialogue.
You should be careful how you deal with people like Sirin. You need the goodwill of your nobles, as well as the commoners too.
There haven't been any problems so far.
Many dark looks were aimed your way at the gala, and as queen you must be aware of everything that happens around you.
And isn't that what I have agents for?
Yes, but you must give them direction. What is your greatest concern today?
Ooh. Ah, man, there's no wrong answer here.
We are so fucking dead on this route. There are so many nobles that we have pissed off here, and it's going to keep cascading onwards too, because all of my skills don't fit this. Intrigue? I think for now I'm going to go for assassins as my concern here, because we've already had an attempt. Let's see. Sing mode is still going. I can deal with any problems that come up, as long as I'm here to deal with them. It's assassins that I'm worried about.
You are your own best defense against assassins, so increasing your skills will help to protect you. Beyond that, you can train more soldiers into personal bodyguards, or you can institute harsh penalties for treason and make people too frightened to cross you as well. Let's do more guards, because that sounds it might be some help, even if it's not perfect.
Okay, and that was 5 minutes and some change because I forgot to actually sing a couple times. I almost inhaled my own spit, so let's drink some water. I need more guards. I have to be safe.
As you wish.
Alright, so I need to be more willful. Sneaking out! But we're still cheerful for now. Maybe I'll use the rest of my points to make me keep singing. I thought you were saving that for special occasion, Nashoba. And by special occasion, I mean keeping me singing for as long as possible. Let's go public speaking to round out our court manners and stuff. Conversation, I think this is. You practice tongue-twisting sequences of syllables to improve your enunciation. You take deep breaths and practice speaking loudly and clearly, protecting your voice to every corner of a room. You memorize lists and sonnets, then recite them for your teacher and any castle staff she can round up to serve as an audience. Your teacher asks you questions about made-up nonsense, pushing you to improvise answers smoothly and swiftly without having to worry about them being correct. More singing? No, you don't have to. You don't have to do that.
It is the time of year to decide any necessary adjustments to the royal budget. The majority of the money we receive is already spoken for, but there is always some room for discretion.
I don't know anything about budgets. I forgot! I forgot you don't get the option to just keep it the fucking same if you don't know anything. Yeah, fuck it, let's lower taxes. Let's not piss people off. I think we have enough money. Let's lower the taxes a little.
As you wish.
Alright, so then now with one more sneaking out, we should be able to finally become willful! I think I'm actually going to do visit the dungeons instead. Because if I do that, I can get my afraid up a little bit more. So it's that way it's not nearly as bad in terms of trying to beat being afraid. But it contains my cheerful and lonely at the same like +3 area. And so that means all I would have to, in theory, do is anything that makes me yielding, and I can still be cheerful or lonely as I need. So let's visit the dungeons. You sneak a peek at some of the luckless peasants held in the dungeons, petty thieves and troublemakers now suffering in the dark. They're obviously bad people, but seeing them so miserable still feels unfair. There must be a better way. Alright, so I kind of like my royal demeanor being boosted, but I do think boosting my conversation is useful. And I can also show off the tea dress. Isn't it cute? She's got a little sun hat. And there's the flowers on it, and the little dress here. She's so cute. Elodie, I love you. You're adorable. Okay, but now we can finally start doing Lumen shit. It's week 20, and we can finally take our first Lumen class, at least according to me deciding I need to take my boosted things. Adorb. Hi, Camille! Welcome in! Hello, how are you doing tonight? Have you ever played Long Live the Queen? If not, I can explain things to you. No, it would be nice to do some intrigue. But I want to do Lumen shit. So let's do Wield Magic. First time you've seen it? Okay, so basically this is a 2013 game. I think it's actually 2012 was the original release. But it's a 2012-2013 game. It's a visual novel and stat-raising sim where you play a young girl whose mother has just died, and so you are trying to keep her alive to become queen. And it's also a game, even though it's based off of like fantasy medieval Europe, there's also canonical magical girls, and we just get to finally, after like 10... It was, I think, week 6 where the concept was introduced to us. So after like 14 weeks of trying to set it up, so that way we can actually do magical girl stuff, finally we can do our first things to raise our skills. Learn to summon a small glowing light, which you can then move around independently. You learn how to cast rays of white light, which can banish shadows and bind your opponents. You learn to create tiny discs of solid light, which can fly through the air and cut through targets.
You are requested to stand in judgment. A man has been convicted of murder by strangling of his wife. He does not deny the act, but requests a pardon that he might be set free.
If you admit you killed your wife, why do you think I'm going to set you free?
Save me, your majesty! It wasn't my fault. Demons made me do it. Everyone knows the power of magical beasties. They used me, twisted my fingers into chains. My wife found me screaming. She tried to shake me, and the chains wrapped around her. I need the priestesses to bless me and make me clean again. Demons that make you attack people? Is that even possible?
And we failed our magic check. A sense magic, that is, so we don't know.
A horrible man?
It's very nice. You can hit right click to save at any point in time. And so I always make sure to save at decisions. Oh, I'm also doing a thing, Camille. If anybody wants to spend their points, I have a thing called Pick an Option for me. So you can choose what I do in a given situation, even if it seems like a bad idea. That's why I'm saving at all these decision points, so that way I can go back if it means that somebody picks a decision that will get me killed. Because this game is very, very willing to beat your ass and kill you. Go back, try again. Learn different things. And we could pardon him, imprison him, or execute him. Sui was here earlier. saying to execute everyone. Kill them? Alright, if you want me to pick that, then you gotta use the point redeem. So many ways to die! Yippee! I think I found most of them the last time I played. I think that's gonna be my goal when I start achievement hunting tomorrow. Because like today was just meant to be like a normal ass playthrough of like me showing you guys how I used to play. I learned over time, sometimes you just gotta force skill checks, even if they're not your boosted one. So I will show you guys my what I roughly remember as a good solution to actually surviving until the end of the game. Let's see. My first time playing, I was pretty soft. Every time you say killing me, I have to say it the Horrible Histories way. Horrible Histories? Oh, I don't know if I'm familiar with that. What is it? I think I'm gonna say imprison him. Whether they were demons or not, you still killed a woman, your wife. I won't forgive you for that. You'll be imprisoned for the rest of your life. He opens his mouth to argue with you further, but then his shoulders slump.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I'm not familiar? No. Is it like a YouTube video series or something? You're gonna educate you on more of my stims? You got it, Camille. I'm ready for this. Be like World of Horror with the backstory rule that makes you fail every skill check? Wait, there's a game that does that? That's hilarious, actually. What's our mood currently at? Okay, we want to stay willful, for sure. If we want to rein in our cheerful and lonely a little bit, we can... Oh, if we attend court, though, the yielding 2 goes down here, which ties it with cheerful, so we're cheerful again. I don't think we want to do that. Okay, for now, let's actually visit the dungeons, maybe? Because it's really easy to get afraid. It's not easy to get angry. It's a British true to history skit TV show based on a book series and it's absolute comedy gold. Ooh, British skit TV is usually a good source of memes. Like, I used to watch the Great British Bake Off, and that's not necessarily skit TV, but it is very comedic, and just, I love dry British humor. It's so fun. Let's see, intrigue, military, lumen, let's go! Could do intrigue, but nah, more magic. Because we failed our last sense magic check, I think I absolutely would study it this time. You close your eyes and learn to feel the magic inside you. You practice using small amounts of magic and feeling that power outside of yourself. Your mentor summons up magical energies to strike the nearby ground so that you can learn to sense someone else's spells in use. Receive word that the murderer you condemned to prison has escaped. A large explosion rocked the jail he was in, destroying the walls and setting many dangerous criminals free. It will not fall to the royal treasury to repair the damage. No, my money! I lowered the taxes too. No! Damn it. Anyways, we can attend court and balance out some of our emotions more. But we're still willful. Alright, hang on. Camille has sent me the link. I have to watch this. I have to know what the vocal stim is so I can add it to my own rotation.
Horrible histories. Me mama stinkers! Does no one know me mama stinkers?
Yes, we all know she does.
I now pronounce you man.
Alright, where is it in this confirmation, Camille? You have to tell me.
Why not? I'm off.
Just like Granny, as you can see, she wasn't much of
Where's
a
the
looker.
kill 'em? I have to know.
It's my nan. Sorry. It's my nan at the end of the day.
Get in! Get in! Ugh.
So I think you may.
Wait, hang on.
Acting suspiciously. What do you think, Whackers Bonkers? Kill him. Ooh, you naughty Whackers Bonkers.
I see, so whenever you say kill him, it's specifically kill him. Okay, I got you. Hey, there's a spider on my shoulder IRL. Ah!
If there actually was a spider on my shoulder, I would be freaking the fuck out. I have a bit of arachnophobia. Not as bad as my fear of needles, but definitely still like, oh my god, spider! Ah! Look at the legs! Ah! Right, more Lumen. We'll do resist magic this week so we can get uncapped. And then we have the magical girl outfit! To watch the longer compilation when I have the chance, it's diabolical. It sounded like a lot of really good deliveries just from the first one. You did get someone with that one time? She actually fell for it? How? It's not like you could see what was happening. You increase your awareness of your own thoughts and emotions, making it more difficult for mind-affecting magic to twist your reactions. You learn to consciously project a magical field through your thoughts, blocking outside magic from touching your mind, but only when you have the energy to consciously resist. You gain innate resistance to light and dark. You can now see in the blackest caves or stare into the sun without going blind. I regret to inform you that Fabian, Earl of Titan, and Duke Regent of Eleth has passed away.
This isn't really a surprise. He was pretty old. The problem is the political implications.
With the control of Eleth in doubt, it falls to the crown to make decisions. Young Lord Adair will not reach his 15th birthday for over 2 years. He requires a regent. His stepmother, Aris, the Duchess of Lila, has petitioned that the boy be left in her care. This would, however, leave her in personal control of 2 neighboring duchies, which is generally forbidden.
Almost the entire eastern border. I don't know anything really bad about her, though.
Ooh, internal affairs, hee. The boy does have a living grandfather, the Earl of Ishtar, or you might appoint an unrelated noble to act in his stead. The Earl of Ishtar has suggested another possibility. You and Adair are both young, not too far apart in age. He requests that we accept the boy as your future husband and keep him here in the castle.
Alright, would anybody like to decide what to do with a young lad? Young Adair! We can leave him with his stepmother, send him to his grandfather, marry him. We wouldn't actually be getting married, it would just be an engagement process, or send him to my uncle. If we remember correctly, my uncle is the Duke of Marva, which is Lucille. It's the mother of Charlotte. If anybody would like to pick an option for me, you spend your points now. Otherwise, I'm trying to remember what these outcomes are. And, well, I guess it's not what these outcomes are. What would I have picked my first time through? I think the checks of, like, trying to figure out his stepmother would have scared me off of her. But I wouldn't want to marry him because I'm not into younger men in general. And Elodie's only 14. So, like, kids don't interest me. Surprise! Married to a grown man IRL. So I wouldn't want to marry him. Send him to his grandfather, send him to your uncle. I think I might have picked send him to your uncle because he's unrelated, but like we can trust him because he's related to me, right? Oh, the other brother. What about your brother Armand? He would be a safe pair of hands to watch over Adair.
As you wish.
Okay, we're still willful. We want to stay willful for more Lumen bullshit because I want to go more wheeled magic. I just want to do all magic, actually. Oh, and I can show you guys the outfit soon. One more lonely, one more afraid. Okay, so if we go explore the castle, we are angry and afraid. We get back to neutral. Lonely would be at 3, but willful is to the left of it, so it gets priority in the emotion calculations. So... I think I'll do that. You wander through parts of the castle where other people rarely visit but find little except spiderwebs. Yuck. But here's our magical girl outfit! Bam! It's what we saw on the front, like not the front of the game, what we saw on the title screen of the game with the little arm ribbons and then the cute little staff and the hair wings. It's so cute. I wish the skirt was a little longer, but I get what they're going for in terms of like the magical girl fit. It's meant to allow for movement and cool shit. Alright, intrigue, military, lumen. Would past me have been scared by failing that internal affairs check? Probably. Belly button, true. Belly button. I think it's the only one that exposes her midriff. Alright, let's do some ciphering to uncap our foreign affairs. You practice reading words whose letters have been arranged in reverse order, the simplest of transpositions which anyone literate can puzzle through if they try, but sometimes useful to hide information in plain sight. I think. In plain sight, yeah. You practice shifting substitution ciphers, where each letter is replaced by one a few steps further along the alphabet, so that cake and pie becomes fidenisihime. You practice random substitution ciphers, where the normal alphabet is replaced by one in jumbled order. This is harder to decode, but most people need a written substitution chart to read or write it, and that chart can be lost or stolen.
There's a woman here to see you. She is a musician and wishes crown patronage.
Which means money.
Your Royal Highness, if you accept me as member of your court, I will immortalize you in word and song. I have dabbled in musical styles from many countries and can entertain your guests and lighten your evenings.
Musicians are often used as secret agents and messengers. They can be useful and dangerous. Musician sings a little ditty to demonstrate their skills with the lute. She's actually pretty good. Oh, darn it! I forgot! So the intrigue thing there, Sabine can actually be used as a spy. But because I didn't level my voice and instrument enough, I can't take her on as a spy. I can only accept her as a musician. Fuck. Whatever, I think she's cute. Very well, you can remain as part of the court.
I will do my best for you.
Be prepared for her to not show up again. Damn it. Okay, well, that blows. Alright, we're still willful. If I do holding court, then we're gonna become cheerful. No, we're gonna become lonely. I need to stay willful. So, is there anything that gives me willful and pressured? Not even close. The only thing that gives pressured is court. Let's do willful and angry and just gain back that anger I got rid of. Alright, and then for intrigue, you get a catsuit. Look at that. She's got a monocle for some reason, but the rest is just like a standard catsuit. They were not necessarily thinking of period-appropriate wear when designing the outfits. They went solely for cute. And you know what? I respect it. Alright, but I think... Ooh, what do I even want to put on? Let's leave the catsuit on because I know... Yeah, we want to be training Lumen. We definitely want to be training Lumen. You don't get the monocle? I don't either. Maybe they wanted shades but thought that would be not setting appropriate, so they kept the catsuit but not the shades? But let's go sense and resist. You close your eyes and call out when you detect your mentor casting a silent spell behind you. You learn to detect ongoing enchantments such as blessed weapons that can do magical damage. You learn to consciously project a magical shield around your body, blocking intrusion, a powerful technique, but you can't keep it up for long. You get increased resistance against heat and cold, becoming comfortable in different weather and environments, and able to sip hot soup without burning your tongue. You learn how to quickly flare magical shields around you to deflect an incoming attack. This uses much less energy than a constant shield, but it requires good timing to be effective. You receive a letter from young Lord Adair. So far, he's enjoying himself with your Uncle Armand de Mazumba. He says the trees look different and there are a lot more frogs. He looks forward to visiting the lookout fort at Shepherd's Point. Cool, he seems happy. Alright, if I hold court now, that drops, that goes there, that goes here. We're still willful. We're attending court. Alright, and so with those two done, I'm gonna power level wield magic for a week. By concentrating, you can create a wave of discontent which panics or enrages animals in the area. You learn to create a blade of solid light, which you can wield like a sword to slice through flesh and stone alike. Learn to direct a beam of searing light through the end of a staff, burning whatever you point at. By concentrating, you can create a wave of discontent which panics, confuses, or enrages other people around you. Staring up into the sky out your window, you notice a strange flash of light. A falling star! Pretty! Oh, my divination did not succeed. That's bad. Also, cheerful went up. That's also bad. I need to be depressed. Oh, depressed and afraid. Let's go. You pay your respects to your mother's tomb and wonder if the same fate is waiting for you. Alright, surely there's nothing that can kill me if I have magic. Anyways, let's do a wield magic and a sense magic. I think with the +3 bonus, this final week should potentially cap out wield magic. I'm gonna be so mad if we can't make it. I'm doing the math in my head. It's just shy of 3 points per day, and there's 5 days, so that's like 15. Oh no, we're just shy of capping it. Never mind. Never mind. We're doing sense magic and resist magic. You learn how to maintain a low-level deflection field so that magical attacks not directly targeted at you will slide harmlessly aside. This doesn't need much power, so you can keep it up for long periods of time. Learn how to directly counter offensive magic with your own power so that you can burn out a spell that someone else has cast. This is very dangerous if the other spell is too powerful. You learn to tell the difference between different kinds of magical signatures so that you can tell roughly what a spell you detect is meant to achieve. Expand your magical perceptions to give you some idea of where detected spell was cast from and how long ago. Learn to detect the latent power that signifies a lumen even when he or she is not actively working magic.
I have unpleasant news to report. Talaris, the Duke of Sedna, has instituted high tariffs and trade restrictions at the Elf border. Business is disrupted and there are growing shortages of supplies.
Oh no! Let's send emergency aid. Then the royal treasury will pay to keep the people fed.
Very well.
So you remember how, when way back in the beginning, we were wearing the necklace from the Duke of Sedna, and he was upset when we didn't let him down easy about not marrying him. He technically only said very well. I apologize for the misunderstanding. But yeah, remember when I said that would have consequences? Here are the consequences! Hee Tee. Let's see. Willful angry? That doesn't sound bad. Okay, and now with it being 3.49 per day, that's 3.5 essentially. So that means we get like 2 extra points. 17. Still not enough. Okay, I think we cap out sense and resist magic. You know what? Hang on. I've been power leveling Lumen stuff, but it might be worth going into internal affairs and foreign intelligence for a little bit because we know that other people are acting up at our borders. The Duke of Moray has paid suit to the Duchess of Ursul to no avail. The Duchess's brother is opposed as he will inherit if she dies childless. Your agents suspect the Duchess of Ursul is actually more interested in the Duchess of Hellas. Neither has ever been linked to a man. Oh, too bad the Duchess of Hellas is no longer a duchess. Haha. Countess Leek of Dis married the old Duke of Sudbury, who was more than twice her age, then divorced him as soon as she'd borne him an heir in order to be free to marry another. It was considered shockingly rude by the general nobility, but the old Duke apparently had no objection. Neat. Since their recent revolution, the Tombulans have twice begun gathering troops on the Novan border. Both times, their camps were struck by fierce storms and earthquakes, and they decided to give up on the idea. Pirates are once again operating out of Orcus, although they are currently sticking to the northern seas and no threat to Nova. However, if they turn to slave raids, the Borealans may be quite vulnerable.
My lady, there are letters for you.
Another letter from Brienne? Why does she keep writing me? We were never even friends. She says she's bored and lonely and she's looking forward to seeing me at Gwenelle's birthday party. That's right! Gwenelle is about to turn 15! She'll be Duchess of Sudbury for real now! This other letter must be my invitation to her birthday celebration next week. Gwenelle and I were friends at school, and this will be a big event, but it's also a long way to travel. A lot of things can happen on the road.
Alright, a birthday? Duchess at 15? Yeah, the age of majority in this game is 15. So technically, Elodie, our main character, is 14, and we have to wait until she turns 15 to truly be queen, even though we're kind of acting as one right now. And Neshoba, totally random and possibly strange question? Go for it. Go ahead. Let's try to go to this party. We buffed up our armed guard, so maybe we can survive this, but normally it goes pretty poorly.
It'll be good to see my friends.
Let's see, we're cheerful again. Is it time to go to visit the tomb? I think it's time to go visit the tomb to be depressed and afraid. Alright, let's see. Preparing for this winter storm, you discover that you have literally 10 blankets besides the ones on your bed. Is it bad that you're apparently a blanket hoarder? No! It's never bad to have more blankets. Like, you don't have to have them out all the time. But, like, what if somebody stays over and they need some blankets? Because, like, oftentimes you can't just give someone one blanket to stay warm at night. They need, like, 2 or 3. Or, like, what if you want a blanket for the couch to take a nap on the couch? Or what if you want a blanket for your chair at your computer desk so you can stay warm at your computer? There are many uses for 10 blankets. It adds up. And, like, if you don't wash them constantly, then you can instead just rotate them out, even if you have a lot of them that are already in use. If you have some in storage, instead of washing them right away, you can just throw them in a hamper and bring out one of your extra blankets. It is never a bad thing to have more blankets, Neshoba, at least in my humble opinion, but I like soft plush things. I only don't have a blanket at my chair right now because I had to throw it in a hamper when things were getting cleaned, because that was the easiest way to store it. And I just haven't taken it back out of the hamper because I really should wash it. It's been a while. And we have other blankets I could use, but like I've been wearing thick pants for the winter and stuff like that, so I don't really need it to stay warm. I recognize some of them. One of them is Winnie the Pooh. You didn't even know you had is mega comfortable. Ooh, score! I think it's really easy to stock up, that is, on blankets when you don't intend on it, because they make really easy one-time Christmas gifts, for example, or even birthday gifts sometimes. If somebody says they run cold, it's really nice to just give them a blanket one year. So it's very easy to just have extras lying around. Oh, and especially like if you used to live with your family, sometimes you can just take extra blankets from them because they'll just dump it on you when you move out. So yeah, it's not surprising to me that you have so many. Given to you by people over the years, there you go. Decided to wash all your blankets to prepare for the storm and then you kept finding more. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you mean I have these things packed away in a closet that I haven't checked in like 3 years? Oops. That happened to me and my husband. There were so many things that we found when we started cleaning to pack things away. It's like, wait a minute, we still have that? Huh. Granted, we're not done packing, so we could still find other things. We actually lost some gift cards that we were given for Christmas, and it's kind of a shame because we wanted to like get cheesecake for my birthday from the Cheesecake Factory, but we've misplaced those gift cards, and both of us were kind of afraid, like, what if we threw them out on accident? Because we had stored all of the stuff his family gifted us in terms of like just basic stocking stuffer type things, including the gift cards, into a single bag. So we went through it, and like part of me is thinking, what if we put the stuff back in the bag that we weren't going to use and that included the gift cards because we thought we would take them out later? So I'm hoping that we didn't do that, but I have no clue where it is otherwise because we've already packed away so many things. Like we have a room downstairs in the garage where the oil tank and the electrical and all of that is, and it's otherwise really spacious. There's so much storage room in there. However, a solid like 60% of it right now is taken up by boxes that we've packed. And we still have so much more to pack eventually. Oh my god, I'm not looking forward to that. Ugh. Why is selling a house and moving hard, guys? I hate it. I hate it. Oh.
Anyway, okay. Focus on other things.
What do I want to do? Let's do more Lumen stuff. Let's just cap out Sense and Resist. You expand your senses, learning to detect spells and magical creatures at greater distance. Learn to detect lingering traces of strong magic from the past, even when the spell has long since completed. Your increased skill and power gives you innate resistance to mind-affecting magic. Your understanding of the flow of power gives you increased resistance to damage caused by magic, even without a shield. You can still be hurt, but less than an ordinary human would be. On your journey to Sudbury, your carriage is attacked by bandits! Luckily, your bodyguards are well prepared for such an event and manage to drive off the attackers. You're inconvenienced and annoyed, but not harmed. Let's go! If you don't have extra bodyguards for that event, then it ends up being like you get hit by an arrow and like you can kill yourself trying to take the arrow out, but then you can also be found even if you don't take the arrow out and like killed from there, so you have to have a bunch of random skills in order to survive that. Gwenelle's party is lovely, not nearly as glamorous as your own upcoming birthday will be, of course, but it's still a major event on the noble social calendar. Everyone who is anyone is present. Uncle Laurent and your younger cousins are here, but Charlotte and her mother are not. Apparently Charlotte was ill. Aris, the Duchess of Layla, is present, but she somehow always manages to avoid talking to you when you draw near. Oh, not sending a dare to her must have pissed her off. There are refreshments and dancers and musicians and polite conversations, and one or two not so polite. Leek, Countess of Dis. Former husband Yannick, Duke of Sudbury. Her current husband is Bennett, Duke of Hellas. Daughter is Gwenelle, Duchess of Sudbury, age 15. Her son is, and she does have an extra son, Antiot, age 8. Divorced her first husband as soon as she gave birth to his heir, Gwenelle, and then married Bennett. She's the one that we learned our foreign affairs about. I think it was actually internal intelligence, maybe. Something needs me. I will not be so easily shoved aside. Her husband. He looks exactly like his son. You can see they reused a bunch of art because it's also the same art for Lucille that was used for the Duchess.
Calmly, Angelique. She's not rejecting you, are you, Kit?
There's unique art. Oh my god, she's so pretty. This is Gwenelle, the Duchess of Sudbury. Mother, Leek, Countess of Dis, Father Yannick, Duke of Sudbury, Stepfather Bennett, Duke of Hellas, and her half-brother Ansiot. Mother, it's my domain now. I need to be responsible for it, for my own decisions.
You need my advice. But I need it more. She's been waiting and training for this moment. I never expected to become a duke. I need you by my side.
Darling,
I'd hate to see a mother blame her child for growing up.
The Countess looks distinctly unhappy at his words, and more so when she sees you watching them. Oh, that's right! Aha! We got rid of the Duchess of Hellas, so now I believe this is her brother who had to take on the title, and that's her husband! Oh my god, so we caused this dispute!
Kit, please look after Her Royal Highness. Your mother and I need to go sit down.
Okay, thanks. What was that about? Dad ran away from home when he was my age, and his mother disowned him. Then she died while he was traveling the world. His family never forgave him, and he never forgave them. But I'm not running anywhere. I'm Duchess of Sudbury now, and I have to command respect for myself.
A bit later, Brienne catches up with you. Brienne, Lady Mead! Heir to the Duchy of Mead, her mother's Corsand, the Duchess of Mead, her father's Ignatius, Duke Consort of Mead. She has a brother named Noel, a grandmother, Aris.
Oh, right. Okay.
Grandmother Aris, Duchess of Layla, maternal uncle Kevin, Earl of Eo, maternal aunt Charmian, Duchess Consort of Kegel, and paternal aunt Juliana, Duchess of Ursul. Interesting. Paternal aunt. She's got... okay, I didn't realize that.
Hello, Elodie. It's so wonderful that you're going to be queen now. I mean, I am sorry about your mother. Thanks. But think of the opportunities you're going to have. You're so lucky.
That's an odd way of putting it.
Anyway, I was wondering, now that you're almost queen and everything, have they told you all the secrets? What secrets? Like how to get into the old palace? I've heard it's packed full of treasure. Old palace? The one at Cather Lake, where the kings and queens of Nova used to live. I don't know anything about it.
Oh. She bites her lip and frowns at you.
Well, never mind then.
She walks away, so much for wanting to talk to you. At the end, you all share a pleasant meal and prepare to return to your various lands. Alright. So technically, there is a flag for something special there if you actually pass the history and lore test.
Oops. I forgot. Oops.
Anyways. Back to lumen maxing! Although I should be preparing myself to do yielding stuff, so hang on. If I take the depressed and pressured, those go to neutral. Willful drops there, and we're angry. I don't remember what angry takes or gives us. Let's try it. Let's see. We get weapons and military. Okay, not what I wanted in terms of making sure I can max lumen. Aye. Okay. Royal demeanor, expression, animal handling, and medicine are all debuffed. Oi! Okay. Thinking. I think there's no point in leveling our weapons for now. Maybe let's do some military though, like some logistics. There have been some checks for that previously. Learn about the types and amounts of food required for an army on the march and how long they will remain edible. You study the kinds of equipment that soldiers need available, such as bedding, weapons, armor, medicine, bandages, and the tools to repair anything damaged. You study different kinds of transport, animals, wagons, sledges, ships, boats, and boots.
Oh shit! Oh, we triggered that flag? Oh man! Matters have come to a crisis. Aris, the Duchess of Layla, has declared civil war.
What?
Apparently she feels that you are a weak leader, unfit to be queen, and has managed to sway several others to her banner.
Who is against me?
A number of minor earls and countesses, the Duchess of Mead, the Duke of Kegel. Situation in Hellas and Moray is less clear. There are ways to increase the number of soldiers you have available. You could offer to pardon various imprisoned criminals in exchange for military service.
Pardon criminals!
All right, let's do that. Criminals probably already know how to fight.
Very well.
Forces are in motion, but will take time to reach their peak. Oh, okay. Now's a good time to be angry or willful, huh? Okay. Interesting. It's so interesting. Let's be willful, maybe. We have 5,603 gold lassie and 85 silver Talassi. Okay, that's not the best. Oh god, I chose the wrong time to skip military. Okay! Alright, well let's power level strategy and see how that goes. You study the strengths and weaknesses of different weapons and battle formations. You study the effects of battle stress on troops and how morale can turn the tide of combat. You study military recruitment and the importance of training and motivation in making soldiers who can trust and depend on each other. Interesting. We just pardoned criminals.
The negotiator for the rebels has arrived to speak with you.
Surrender now, and I will be lenient.
We are not here for our surrender. We are here for yours. You have one chance to avoid needless bloodshed. Agree to marry one of Duchess Aris's sons. She will become your regent and guide the domain into stability. You'll be allowed to maintain a figurehead title.
Alright, so I think that leads to a bad end. Let's save here.
Civil war?
Okay. Agree, refuse, suggest compromise. I'm gonna try and suggest compromise.
I'm willing to marry her son and listen to her advice, but not give up my crown. My ancestors were kings and queens when Aris's weren't even Noven. I am the queen. Nothing she says will change that.
I'm afraid that is not good enough. Surrender now and prepare to meet us in battle.
Refuse!
Then battle it must be.
And we're back to being angry. Alright, let's accept the anger, accept the rage. Only afraid, I guess. I I need to work at getting my military stuff uncapped. But also, let's just do strategy and logistics, because naval strategy is not going to help us on land in a civil war. Learn about how units reinforce each other in the field, gaining strength through proximity and the covering of weaknesses. You study the effects of different kinds of battle terrain for both offense and defense. We can tour the barracks on the weekends. Yippee! Learn about the support costs created by support. The more equipment you have, the more people and animals are needed to move them, and those people and animals also need to be fed and equipped. Learn about the difficulty of obtaining new supplies from the field. Enemy civilians may hide or destroy supplies rather than let them fall into your hands, and friendly civilians may not stay friendly if robbed. War rages for the control of Nova! As defending queen, you're required to take personal control of your forces. What, can't turn a warship into a land vehicle in a week or two?
No.
Your control of magic enhances your claim to divine right of rulership. Opposing forces flee in panic when faced with rays of burning light. Battles are won and lost. Fallen soldiers decorating the landscape. The final outcome is a victory for your side. Your forces sweep through the rebellious duchies and are met with cheers by the local population. Aris, the ringleader, is executed, and the other rebels forced to pay tribute to keep their holdings. Of course, there's also a cost paid in lives. Oops! I failed all of my herbs, and my battlefield medicine, and my military, and my logistics. The only thing helping me is being a lumen. Let's go! Total casualties were 1.5 battalions on your side, and 1 and over a half battalions among the rebels. Of course, there are no more rebel soldiers now. They are once more your loyal subjects. Interesting. -1 willful and +1 pressured. So that brings that to neutral, which is actually a decent state to be in. Except for the fact that I don't want to be angry right now. 1 depressed, 1 afraid. Lonely and afraid? You know what? We do want to start... potentially... Oh, okay. I know things about the future, and we don't actually need to do depressed at any point, I think. Because it's useful for decoration, but we don't need decoration at this time. So let's actually... Let's go visit the tomb. The 1 depressed will not change anything because we're still 2 willful. And then we'll be back at neutral for angry and afraid. Oh shit, that was attending service. Whatever, it's still the same thing. Intrigue, military, lumen. Alright, so with this bonus, let's go ahead and try and cap out lumen wield magic. And then we can do naval strategy just to have that military thing uncapped in case any other bad things happen. You know, just in case. You learn that the sea is not something you hold, it is something you travel across. Naval strategy ensures your free travel while denying it to your enemies. You study different kinds of ships, their names, designs, and the number of crew needed for each. You learn to shape light into images of things that are far away or things that don't exist at all. You learn to create a powerful explosion of light, burning those within and blinding others who look at it. And you learn how to make use of images to wield your other powers at great distance. Lumen is maxed, baby.
Things have been so unsettled lately. Everyone's on edge. We need something cheerful.
You could hold a tournament.
What a good idea! Knights, jousting, musicians, all sorts of competitions. Everyone loves a contest.
What will you offer as prizes to the winners?
Let's go employment.
The winners will have the option of taking up royal appointments. It's a recruitment drive.
Very well, I will draft the announcements.
Leaving to his work, as you move through the hall, your eye falls upon a vase of flowers. Pretty, but apparently not getting enough water. The leaves on one blossom have shriveled.
Someone on hall duty is being lazy. Those flowers should be replaced.
Continue up to the stairs in your room, where a maid is waiting for you.
My lady, a gift has arrived from Kegel.
From the Duke?
No, my lady, a merchant house, I believe. It was sent with a shipment down the Kavala River.
You tear open the brightly colored paper to find...
chocolates!
Uh-oh. There's a little card with the box. With our compliments, the House of Krellet. Pop one of the chocolates into your mouth.
No! My court manners! Delicious!
Suddenly you feel very cold. The world seems darker, colors less bright. You worry perhaps you shouldn't have eaten so much candy and try to ignore the feeling of illness. It was more than just an upset tummy. By the time you realize you've been poisoned, it's too late! Goodbye, chocolate. I can't believe it took me that long to die. I guess I had some knowledge going into this of what to do to avoid death, but still. There are so many checks I forgot. Alright, Elodie did not survive to reach her coronation. Nova would have to go on without her, but it doesn't have to end this way. Make different choices, train different skills, and Elodie's star may rise again. Alright, what was my last save? Civil War! Okay, suggest compromise, skip. Alright, refuse. Okay, because I'm gonna fail my military logistics anyway, let's see what this time, if we can just max our lumen now, what that would get us. Like, for the wielding magic, you know? I don't want to be angry, I think. To max lumen? No, I don't. So we need something to make us afraid. Let's do depressed. Alright, there we go. So we get both the bonus to military and lumen. So we're gonna take that final lumen wield magic now. And then in the meantime, for military, let's just get naval strategy on here. Oh, naval strategy there, and then lumen here. There we go. Everything for lumen is maxed. War rages for the control of Nova. You're required to take personal control of your forces. Your control of magic enhances your claim to divine right of rulership. Your lumen powers cause chaos among your enemies with explosive displays and waves of terror. You lack the strength to take on a whole army by yourself, of course, but they don't need to know that. Battles are won and lost. Fallen soldiers decorate the landscape. The final outcome is a victory. Alright, Aris is executed. This cost paid in lives. Half a battalion on our side, though, but 3.5 on the enemy side. I think that's more losses overall. I kicked ass! Nice!
There are no more rebel soldiers now. They are once again my loyal subjects.
Okay, so now I think I need to become yielding to increase my court manners. So... if we're angry again. Alright, I'm just gonna play with toys and let myself be angry. Yeah, conversation sucks ass right now. I'm gonna put on my tea dress outfit to try and get a bit more of a court manners boost. I don't think 40 is going to be enough. So, in this case, I think I'm gonna send, because we have so many stats in our subcategories, we actually, even with the penalty, still have a decent boost to conversation. Well, actually, no, because royal demeanor is what's being decreased, so conversation still just has like a built-in +1 bonus to it. Okay, that's not bad at all. Heading off to bed. Good luck with the storm. Thank you, Cookie! Good luck on your end as well. Stay safe, stay warm. Eat some good food if you have the chance. Have a good night. You know what? Let's go ahead and do, if we're ignoring military for a little bit, let's do a round of court manners, and then let's actually do some divination, because I keep failing divination checks, and I hate that. Study the traditions of ballroom etiquette, how to politely accept or defer an offer, how to avoid the impression of attachment to an individual. Read about animal omens, in particular the flights of birds. Learn about signs which sometimes appear in grounds or leaves at the bottom of a cup. Need something cheerful. We can hold a tournament, employment for sure. Vase of flowers. A leaf killed by a secret weakness? A hidden threat? From the Duke. Chocolates! Okay, intrigue! Somehow worked! I don't know how. Anyways, maybe because of the divination check, maybe it causes a partial check of some kind. You'll be mean to me for you? No! Cookie's never mean to me! You don't have to be mean! There's something suspicious about this. Test for poison! The gift doesn't appear to be enchanted, at least. Can't think of any safe way to test the chocolate, and you don't want to leave it lying around where it might present a danger to others. Eventually, you mash the candies together into an unappetizing paste and bury the box in the palace garden.
It's a waste if they weren't really poisoned. My candy.
Alright, so then now we can, if we hold court, we're a little bit more depressed. Pressured. I think I'm gonna go toys for the lonely. Penalty took royal demeanor, intrigue, and faith. Bleh.
Oh, lonely is what gives a medicine boost. Okay,
So then it's economics, I think, which doesn't get boosted by anything in this game. Because there's like one category in this game which does not get boosted by any of the moods, and I thought it was medicine, but I guess it must be economics. Unless that's one of the few things that pressured does. Okay, well, previous me did not have insight into the future, so I think she'd have fun, like, boosting more conversation stuff. So if we're gonna be boosting that, let's change out of the tea dress and maybe into the coronet again, so we can have that really nice presence 90. Let's do public speaking court manners. You know, if there's gonna be a tournament, maybe we should do public speaking, and if we have to like talk to people, let's do public speaking court manners. Read collections of famous historical speeches and practice saying them in a convincingly dramatic fashion. You borrow the menu for an upcoming banquet and practice delivering it as a dramatic speech to an audience of confused chambermaids. You memorize the correct title for every servant in the castle. Treating servants with respect ensures good service. To directly challenge someone's honor is to declare war. Never make a public accusation of cowardice, treason, infidelity, or murder unless you're prepared to face mortal enemies. And on that note, you study the etiquette of dueling. Hey, you guys remember when we asked that guy, I think he was a duke of some kind, if his family actually did murder someone? And then he also joined in the rebellion? As a monarch, you're expected to embody the virtues of honesty, bravery, and generosity. You should always offer aid to those in need. However, those you aid personally are expected to give you their utmost loyalty even unto death. It's the week of the general tournament. Nobles and commoners alike have turned out to compete against each other.
the people will be pleased if you participate in their games. However, it would expose you to danger.
What event do we want to take part in? Let's save the game. Tournament! Alright, mounted parade, jousting, fencing, archery, music, falconry. We didn't level any of these! We don't have swords or archery. I think we have like barely anything in music, which is not gonna pass. Well, let's just do none. I guess I'll just watch from my tower. Because that's the safe option, and I would have picked that in my first time through. Let's see. I was doing more court manners. I do think I want to get willful soon. Yielding, lonely, cheerful. Yielding, depressed, pressured. Okay, let's hold court. We'll be depressed for like a day, but it's fine. Sorry, a week. We'll be depressed for a week. It's fine. -2 royal demeanor, conversation, and athletics. Okay. I'm thinking... Let's go further into all of our military stuff. We need to do another naval strategy to uncap it. And then from there, let's do more logistics, maybe? Wait, we need to do naval strategy first and then logistics, so that way we don't get kept out. What do you mean, shh, no Shoba? What? What? You know I'm loud! You study different kinds of ships, their names, designs, the number of crew needed for each. You study different kinds of ships, their speed, maneuverability, and standard complement of weapons. Hear more about the support costs created by support. The more equipment you have, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're just picking on you. Okay, I understand.
My lady, your father wishes to speak with you. He says it's urgent.
Fine, I'm coming.
You find your father standing over a map of the coastline, his face grave.
Ships have been sighted on approach from Shanjia. Not trade ships, this is a war fleet.
What?
Within a week, they will be in Novan waters. Within 2, they could reach the capital.
Then we will fight to defend ourselves.
You can try to use the treasury funds to hire additional soldiers, but it may be difficult on short notice.
Recruit.
Fine, we'll do that.
Need to draw up a naval strategy for our ships to carry out. You could choose to act as admiral and lead the fleet in person, but the danger to you would be very great. Unless you think your personal skills will make the difference, I would strongly advise against it.
All right. War? I think in my first playthrough I would have stayed in the capital for sure because I have barely any military investment.
No, there's too much to do here. I can't go to sea.
All right, Lumen is maxed, so there's basically nothing else I can do to prepare. Well, let's play with some toys. It's the week before war. Let's play with some toys. Oh, but before I forget, we did unlock this military uniform, which would have been nice if we had earlier been playing to increase our numbers of soldiers, not had to deal with a civil war, or had the opportunity to prepare more boats. Any number of things would make it so that we could have a chance at swaying things with our Lumen stuff. But
it's fine.
I guess we can wear that anyway, because we have Royal Demeanor, History, and Faith as our stuff right now. So Royal Demeanor. I guess let's do Composure and Elegance because they're behind. You are strapped into tight, heavy armor and made to walk around in it, learning that any attempt at sudden movement will catch painfully or trip you up. Slow and steady is the way to go. Your teacher smears your body and clothes with strawberry jam and makes you walk around like that for hours, facing the funny looks and snickers aimed at you without hiding or becoming angry. You practice walking over smoldering coals with bare feet. So long as you keep moving steadily and do not panic and freeze or run, you are not burned. You practice eating slowly and with a minimum mess, chewing each bite a set number of times before swallowing. You practice standing up, sitting down, and picking up items from the floor. Bend at the knees, not at the waist. You practice speaking and laughing quietly, not trying to disappear or go unheard, but focusing your energy into a smaller space so that it draws people closer. Danger on the high seas! Anime girl with pink hair, whoever heard of that? I never heard of it. I swear in a show, but like, look at me, I have brown hair. Aren't I original? Ships close in on each other, angling into range. The Shanjian forces greatly outnumber the Novans. This is unlikely to end well if only you had more soldiers. The eventual outcome is not in your favor. The Novan ships are sunk or scattered as the Shanjian forces press towards landfall. Many good soldiers were lost today, and Nova's troubles have not ended. Since you have failed to repel the invasion, the Shanjian fleet will soon land and their troops will begin to progress toward your capital city. Your remaining soldiers will hold them off as long as possible, of course, but the main strength of your military has been exhausted. Nova's future looks bleak. Anyway, let's go see the damage. The barracks stand largely empty, while remains of your army is scattered. Yeah. Alright, let's do Composure and Presence, because I don't think... With Max... I'm just writing Lumen out on this. If we can't win with our Lumen skills, we're dead. . Your teacher gathers up some castle staff to shout insults at you while you practice staying calm and not bursting into laughter. Your teacher instructs you in a game of cards, teaching you to bluff with a straight face. You imagine things you want to happen in the near future and convince yourself and others that those things will happen. You organize a group of castle staff and coach them through carrying out a complicated multi-stage task. The invasion of Nova is proceeding. Your coastline is under Shanjian control. Soldiers have marched through villages, trampling fields and frightening citizens. A diplomatic delegation from Shanjia has requested access to the castle to discuss terms, most likely for your surrender. You lack the strength to hold off their armies, and surrendering now will save many lives. It would seem you have no choice. You prepare yourself as best you can to meet the representatives of Shanjia. Expect a diplomat and a military representative, a general or an admiral. You did not expect the handsome man decked in jewels who now stands before you. A man announced by your servants as Togami, king of Shanjia.
Is he really their king? Why would a king come all the way here? And he's a lumen too!
My dear young lady, how difficult this must be for you. So much responsibility at such a tender age.
You yearn to slap the false sympathy off his oily face, but you force yourself to remain calm.
War benefits no one, don't you think? Such a terrible waste. Better to settle things in a civilized manner. A contest. A game, so to speak, with Nova as the stakes. Should I win, then your domain will submit and accept me as overlord with no further resistance. Should I lose, then my army will leave your domain in peace and shed no more blood.
What sort of game?
It is well known that Nova is ruled by lumens. As it happens, I too possess the powers of a lumen. I propose a formal duel. My powers against yours. The winner takes control of Nova, and the loser dies.
Your game by your rules for my life? That doesn't sound fair to me.
The rules of formal dueling have been passed down for centuries and must be upheld. It is important that we do this by the ancient codes.
Why should I?
If you refuse, then the war will continue. I'll sweeten the deal. If you meet me in a formal Lumen challenge, I'll call off the invasion even if I win.
Really?
I swear it by the gods, Nova will be free and safe.
Why take that risk? You're winning the war!
It's not your land that I want, it's your crystal. To gain your power, I am willing to wager my own. Shall we begin?
I can sense his power. It's so strong. I've learned everything I possibly could, but he's at least as good as I am. I don't like this, but what choice do I have?
Oh shit, I think I fucked up. Duel?
Refuse outright. If my crystal's more important than my land, then I can never let you have it.
Then you and your land will die together. Goodbye, little princess.
For a moment, you fear he will blast you right then and there, but it seems he still respects the truce. He and his delegation return to the army, where they will resume the attack. Your military strength is nearly exhausted. Utter defeat seems inevitable. What will you do now? Meet with advisors.
My lumen crystal. That's what this war was all about? Everyone who's died?
The price of magic is always blood. That doesn't matter now. We cannot allow the Royal Novan Crystal to fall into Shanjian hands.
What can we do? We don't have enough army left to fight him.
You must flee. Leave the palace and disappear into the countryside. Alone, in a war? I will go with her. This king of Shanjia does not realize how deep the power of Nova runs. He may be a lumen, but he is the only one. Given enough time to prepare, we can find a way to defeat him.
Go on the run while he destroys my land and my people in his search? As long as I have this crystal, he'll be after me.
Oh, I don't think I've seen this before. Remove your crystal? Hang on.
No crystal?
Fleeing with Juliana is a dead end. I'm pretty sure this is suicide, so this is also a dead end, but let's see.
It would be a lot easier to hide just the crystal than to hide me, wouldn't it?
It's too late for that. The crystal is bound to you.
As long as I live. I know. Goodbye.
Elodie, no!
He grabs hold of your arms, shaking you slightly.
You are the only thing I have left. I don't care what you've done. You're my daughter. I will not let you die. We're leaving here together, all of us. I'll look after you. I'll help you. There are still ways that I can be useful. Come, we must move quickly.
You will no longer be a princess. You must leave behind your crown, your tutors, and your pampered way of life. You may have to sleep in the woods, disguise yourself as a peasant, even murder those you meet to keep them from telling tales. You can only hope that someday it will all be worth it. And so the reins of power slip from Elodie's grasp. Nova would have to go on without her. Alright. Duel. Accept his terms. Hello, Lamb! Welcome in! You totally weren't distracted. You're reaching me getting to the end of my playthrough, and I'm realizing now I might have fucked up. Because the check I was relying on with my Lumen skills, I think also requires other things to make it better. But how are you doing? Togami explains the rules of formal dueling to you, including a carefully inscribed circle of wards which will contain the effects of any powers you wield, protecting bystanders from danger. It's time to begin. You trade attacks, one spell sensed and countered by another, reserving your strength as much as possible. It might almost be exciting if your life weren't on the line. You need to end this quickly before his experience allows him to come up with a trick you can't defeat. He used to dealing with magical attacks, but he might not be expecting a physical one. Perhaps if you rushed him, you could take him off guard? Up close, he couldn't use his fancy spells, but what would you do then? You still have to use magic to win. You can't just grab him and bang his head against the floor. Perhaps you could focus your power into the shape of a sword and attack him with that. Or maybe you could distract him somehow. You could cast a spell that he couldn't block. Dazzle him! Shit! Decoration failed! No! You throw out a dazzling shower of sparkles, hoping to blind him and seize the advantage. It doesn't work. Your swirls of dark smoke rise from the floor at your feet, spinning around you like a black hurricane. You know you have to stop it, but how? It's all around you. There's nothing in the target. Faster and faster it spins, making it hard to breathe until finally everything goes dark. Alright, yep. So I need to go back and raise my decoration. Alright, hang on. Let's go war. Stay in the capital. If I'm depressed, I get bonuses here. Let's be depressed and afraid. Okay. So what we need to do in this case is power level instrument to uncap things. Because at this point, we have already maxed out Lumen. I don't know if Decoration 50 would even be enough. Let's do Intrigue for extra stuff. Military does not help us at this point in time. Actually, let's do Coronet, and we can hope that Composure 60 is enough to pass that Composure check. Anyways, man, the times we were angry and I said, let's not study weapons, that would have been a great idea. Anyways, we need to power level voice. So, expression, not a voice, it's instrument. And then next week we can do decoration and hope that works. You tap out chiming dyads on a glockenspiel, learning the basics of harmony and rhythm. You learn to play notes and scales on a simple wooden recorder. You practice with the recorder, learning to recognize tunes that you hear and replicate them. You practice major and minor scales at the keyboard of pianoforte. They greatly outnumber us. We don't have enough soldiers. We have not been able to repel them. I couldn't go see the barracks, so we can't get sad from that. That's fine. How are we looking for the treasury? 4,602 gold last year. Okay, that's not the worst, considering we've had a war to deal with. All right, let's take the... Where is it? Expression. The toga! Cute! Simple but cute. I like the ivy on the arm. It's very nice. Okay, so that puts us at decoration 40. I think let's slide in a little bit of composure on royal demeanor to try and hit that composure check. And then we do expression, decoration, and pray, I think. Because we hit 40 with the toga equipped. And we are getting... 10 points? It's 2 per day, right? Oh
wait, actually, I think it's 1 point. It's 1 point per day, and then we get a bonus of 2 on top of that. So it should be like 15 points or something. So ideally, that's enough decoration. Alright, the strawberry jam. You learn to mix paints and apply them to canvas, capturing the light and color of the castle gardens. You study the art of floral design, seeing how the proper arrangement of flowers can affect the character of a room or an outdoor space. Alright, diplomatic move. Alright, accept his terms. Will magic success. Let's dazzle him. No! Okay, alright. Okay, we can load one more time. We can load one more time. Stay in the capital. It's okay. I'm not in the pit yet. I wanted to succeed on the composure check, but it's fine. I can see what happens if we don't succeed on that and just power level our decoration instead. So I need to be depressed. Let's go visit the tomb. Let's keep the coronet on and hope that the composure 60 is enough. We once again have to power level our instrument so that way we can hit the DC. Skip. We failed the war as usual. Let's go here for the willful bonus to stay depressed. We cannot wear the toga if I want that composure potentially to pass. So let's just go. Decoration, all in. You know what? Let's just try the toga. Well, it's decoration specifically. I think the outfits are weird in that they don't necessarily let you hit certain benchmarks if you wouldn't normally qualify for them. I think it only contributes to like the checking for overall. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go coronet. Classes, decoration. Experiment with wax, learning both to build up small amounts and shape them together and to carve out patterns from larger wax blocks to find the shapes already inside. Experiment with fashion, trying on different outfits and watching as others do the same, learning how clothing can enhance or diminish certain physical features to give impressions of youth or age. Alright, skip a little. You force yourself to remain calm. Let's go. Alright. Accept his terms. Dazzle him, please. Yay! Okay! We took some save scumming, but we were able to get success out of this run. Drawing on your knowledge of design and your control over lights, you surround yourself with strands of rainbow color which flow over and around your image. That's only the beginning. Once you're in the cover of this prismatic shield, you can create a false image of yourself and step invisibly inside. The strain of keeping up the illusion of yourself responding to Togami's attacks is high, and you can't keep this up for long. You have to end it now. Stepping up as close behind him as you dare to limit the time and space he has to react, you raise your hand and force out a high-speed disc of solid light. It drives into his neck, killing him instantly. You've won. We did it! Now, if only there was a way to be less depressed. Okay, now, if everything goes well, then surely there won't be any other issues, right? Looks into the camera, right? Just in case. Just in case. Let's actually just quickly save. Nope. Finally beat Togami. That's not how you spell the name. Togami. All right. Statistics and logistics and strategy. There we go. Once you defeated the King of Shenji in a duel, the invasion was meant to be over. In practice, it is not quite so easy to expel a foreign army from your lands, particularly when the leadership is falling apart. The remaining Shenjian generals seem surprisingly eager to go home and left without a fuss, but a large number of their soldiers have broken ranks and run amok, looting and pillaging their way through the Nova just for fun. A number of royal holdings have been damaged and valuables stolen. Not only do you lose them, but you have to pay for repairs. With so many renegades on the loose, Nova seems likely to have severe bandit problems for years to come. When Togami died, he left behind a crystal A mauve lumen crystal with glimmers of pink where it catches the light. Such a pretty bauble from such an ugly event. Since Nova won the duel, this crystal is now your rightful prize, but you have no idea what to do with it. For now, you lock it away in the royal treasury. Alright, if we make ourselves a little bit less depressed, we can get yielding. We could also try and get lonely. Normally, at this point in the run, you are safe, but there is still potentially the threat of an uprising. I don't think I've done enough to piss off the commoners, though. Maybe that won't happen. We did have this awful war, though. Alright, we're yielding. Let's do... Because the only penalties here are weapons and lumens, so that's fine. Is there anything I want to try and cram in this time? I guess let's go ahead and do some more royal demeanor, some composure and elegance. Time has slipped by you so quickly. Only 2 weeks remain before your birthday celebration and your official coronation as queen. Have you done enough to build a stable Nova?
No.
It's traditional for the palace to provide entertainment and refreshment for the common people when a new monarch is crowned. It's a rare opportunity for the poor of the land to dine like nobles. The size and scope of any such feast depends on what expense the royal treasury is willing to bear. Let's do a respectable feast. I'm sure we can afford to give everyone in the city some bread and sausage and a bit of cake. Can we? Check your available funds. Yeah, we can afford that. And we're a little bit afraid, but it's fine. Alright, all of our royal demeanor is now being boosted by the coronet to, like, 90s, so I think we're good there. Let's do... public speaking, court manners, why not? You learn about debate techniques and practice them by trying to convince a castle gardener why a new fountain would be a good idea. Your teacher assigns you to create and memorize a short speech of your own. You study the forms of written address, how to issue and decline invitations, how to announce an impending visit, and how to correspond with the rulers of foreign domains. You study the language of flowers and the secret meanings that can be communicated through the gift of a bouquet. The castle is buzzing with preparations for your upcoming coronation. Ministers press you with the details for your favorite colors and flowers and so on. You're happy to collaborate with the designers to ensure you're shown off to the best possible effect. You are still so young after all. Good design will help a lot in making you look like a queen. Others are more interested in the subject of your marriage. Whoever you decide to marry will be elevated to the highest ranks of the nobility, which could mean a major shift in the balance of power. Therefore, everyone is talking about the top candidates, even though you're under no obligation to marry so young. Talaris, the Duke of Sedna, is one option. Certainly, he expressed interest in marrying you earlier. Your union would bring stronger ties to the domain of Talesi and improve the situation along the Elf border. However, your earlier rejection of him would seem to make that less likely. There is Banyan, the Duke of Moray, a powerful and eligible noble only about 10 years older. Blech. There's Kieran, the new Duke of Layla. He's close enough to your age that you remember meeting him at school, where he was already becoming quite handsome. There's a powerful territory. He has family ties to much of Nova. Be a good match. Except, of course, that you're responsible for the death of his mother. There's Lindley from Kegel, whom you danced with at the gala. He's only 2 years older than you and a nice fellow. He's not the official heir to Kegel. His father has so far refused to name one, waiting to see which of his children is most talented and dedicated to the duchy. Whether he inherits it or not, he will at least have strong ties to that region. There's Kevin, the Earl of AO. Although he's only an earl, his family connections could make him politically useful. However, considering his behavior during the trial of his sister's poisoner, he seems rather unstable. There's little Adair, the eventual Duke of Elith, although at 12 he's only a child. At least he's almost old enough to understand the concept of romance. Some people think you ought to marry Gwenelle's half-brother Anseat, who hasn't even turned 9 yet. There are 2 or 3 minor earls around the age of 20 who might be passable alternatives, and of course you could decide to ignore noble traditions entirely and marry a commoner if you're prepared to deal with the uproar. You need to bounce, have a good rest of stream. Thanks, Nishoba! I hope you enjoyed your time here, even if it was with a niche game from like 12 years ago. Have a good night! Stay warm, eat well, don't go out in that storm. While you will need to marry eventually, you're still very young. You can put this decision off until later. However, a clear succession contributes to the stability of your domain. Are you leaning towards any option? Oh my god, you can choose Anseat? No way, dude. All of these are really bad options. Except for like, what was it? Lindley? Or, nope, not quit. Or return. Yeah, he's like the one person who is not a loaded gun. Marriage, for real? I think I'm gonna go with him. I don't remember exactly, but I think there's a chance that Kevin tries to assassinate you if you marry him. There's no time to pursue that thought at the moment, but perhaps in the future. Alright, everything's balanced, we're afraid. One depressed and one pressured, so that doesn't help us with mood management. Not that we really need to worry. Well, let's go check the barracks. Yeah, we have no army. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Be mean to me? No! No, but people don't have to be mean to me. They can just be nice to me if they want. Like, maybe not even if you want. Be nice to me! Grr! I'm stressed! Grr! You learn about the requirement for all civilized sailors to rescue the crew of a sinking ship, even an enemy. Learn about the challenges to naval warfare posed by unpredictable weather, as well as the dangers of sailing too close to an unknown coastline. You study the power of ranged weapons, from arrows to thrown fire and sand, and how the threat of such attacks can shift the enemy's response. You study the use of cavalry in battle, as well as the costs and benefits of traveling with large animals. Alright, so now we get to see the coronation! At this time last year, you were celebrating your 14th birthday. You were in the school gardens, surrounded by your friends. A teacher brought you tea and cakes, while a wealthy merchant's son wove a crown of flowers for your head. It didn't matter so much that you were a princess then. Your title was something for the future. Many of your peers would be duchesses or earls or the like someday, but not then. You were children. Your parents could not attend on the actual day, but they did send wonderful gifts, some for you to share. And a week later they came for a visit, and your mother took you with her through the countryside in a splendid carriage. It was the last time you would ever see her. You wonder if, wherever she is, she can see you now. You are 15 years old, a legal adult. You have worked and studied and suffered and prepared, and now the time has come. You'll kneel before the priestess, barely hearing her words as she recites the blessings. She calls upon the gods to deliver peace, wisdom, and prosperity to you, and through you, to all of Nova. Then she calls upon you for your oath of rulership. Will you guide and govern and protect your people to the best of your ability, according to law and custom? I will. Will you, to the best of your power, uphold the ideals of love, honor, justice, and mercy? I will. Lords and ladies assembled, I present to you your undoubted queen who has sworn you her loyalty. You have come to give homage. Will you do the same? One at a time, the head of each duchy approaches your throne and kneels to swear his or her service to you and your heirs. People of Nova, I give you Elodie, daughter of Fidelia, your true sovereign. What say you all? Long live the Queen! Thank you. I will. Once his daughter was secure on her throne, Jocelyn returned to his birthplace to focus on his duties as Duke of Coloris. He was pursued by many women, but showed little interest in remarrying, directing them instead towards his brother, the Duke of Mazumba. Following Elodie's victory over the Shanjian king, the public opinion of Lumens rose to a height that hadn't been seen in 100 years. Young children would dress up and play at being magical kings and queens. Freed from the need for secrecy, the Duchess Juliana and the priest Celine were able to announce their shared magical powers and their love. At Elodie's prompting, the lovers pledged their devotion to each other in a private ceremony, after which Celine retired from the priesthood to accompany her wife to Ursule. As neither of them intended to bear children of the body, Juliana made arrangements for her niece Brienne to be declared the next heir to the Duchy of Ursel, as well as the inheritor of her crystal. Brienne's mother Corisande hoped that the training necessary to make her flighty daughter into a future magical girl warrior would keep her out of worse trouble. After the failed invasion, relations with Shangia remained tense. First came their recriminations and demands from the Queen of Shangia, devastated by the death of her husband, which Elodie ignored. Next came the subtler approaches, the quiet gratitude and offers for alliances from ministers who were thrilled to see Togami gone. Elodie ignored those also, which was just as well, since the next thing to arrive was the preserved head of one of those traitorous ministers, sent by the Queen of Shangia as a warning. There was no sign of war in the immediate future, but there was not likely to be alliance either. Elodie proposed marriage to Lindley of Kegel and was accepted. Lindley was a studious and gentle soul who treated his queen like a valuable manuscript, careful never to smudge or tear her. Sometimes that protectiveness frustrated Elodie, but at other times it was good to feel cherished. Over the years, Lindley and Elodie became the parents of 4 children, not nearly as large as Lindley's own family, but certainly enough to go around. As a Lumen, it was Elodie's responsibility to defend Nova from monstrous threats. She decided that the monsters within the realm were every bit as dangerous as those outside, and thus set herself to the task of conquering the Old Forest. Each monster would have to be identified and carefully studied in order to defeat it without upsetting the balance. It would take many years to reach the heart of the forest, but Elodie was undaunted. And thus, Queen Elodie's legacy stretched into the future. Alright, and so I'm pretty sure my first run definitely did not succeed just because I had the benefit this time around of showing you that it's plenty possible to mood manage and still get something to work as long as you make some saves and do a little bit of save scumming. Now for the real thing that we're here for. I'm trying to achievement hunt. You can see there's a lot of these that I already have from previous playthroughs over the years, but there are some that I'm missing. I haven't died in 5 ways. Or 11 different ways for that matter, and I think that's going to be my goal. Let's try and find all of the ways I can die. Let's see, is there anything else I could do at the same time? I could do the mean route. Cause the couple to divorce, summon a creeping shade, romance a commoner, been blessed by the favorite cats. Magic mirror, rebellion, and Merva. Triggered an earthquake. Kissed your fiance, poisoned a chicken, made Charlotte a lumen, imprisoned your uncle, willingly recruited an advisor. Okay. I know what to do for some of these, like Charlotte being a lumen, recruiting an advisor, so on and so forth. I don't know if I can actually pull them off, is the thing. We'll find out. Lady, would I like to be baffled? Sure, Juice, go ahead, baffle me. Also, Lamb, bold of you to assume I can be mean. I say that did terrible things on Air Riders. Something about that game seems to pull out such horrible violence from you, deep in your soul. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Because I would need to think of all the ways that I can die in this game. And I wish I had, oh wait, hang on. Deaths. Arrow to the gut, magical change, blasted by magic, been poisoned. Okay. Let's actually go back to one of my loads. Load game. Real quick. War, direct the fleet. Invasion. Oh. There's a unique dialogue here.
This is the sort of disaster for which a lumen's power may be worth the cost. If the fleet could be destroyed before they reached our waters, many lives would be saved.
I don't know any magic that could sink a whole fleet. I'll have to talk to my mentor.
You find the Duchess of Ursel in her guest quarters.
A fleet from Shangia is attacking us. Is it possible to sink them all with magic?
It is easy enough to attack one ship as a demonstration, but to obliterate an entire fleet, we'd need an immense amount of power spread over a large area, more than any one lumen could control. If you tried to raise that much power yourself, you would die. Not could. Would.
So it's hopeless. We'll just have to rely on our soldiers.
That can change if you have other lumens around. Nothing I do here is going to matter. Outfit, military. We'll do naval strategy and pray. Danger on the high seas. I failed my climbing check. They greatly outnumber us. Your skill in long-range magic makes you effective as a cannon and more maneuverable, but there are far too many ships for you to take each one out individually. We fail! The ships are sunk or scattered as the Shinjian forces press towards landfall. Your own vessel is holed and left to sink, and the lifeboats fall victim to flaming arrows. You and your soldiers are forced to leap into the water and swim for shore. Swimming always seems so easy, even fun. Little children can do it, but it's not so much fun when you're weighed down by clothing, miles from land, and surrounded by enemies. If anyone could see you clearly, they'd probably help. Your sailors would willingly risk their lives to haul you to safety, and your enemies would surely love to capture you intact. But you're just one tiny figure lost in a dark sea. You struggle against the waves for as long as you can, but your limbs grow ever more heavy. There we go. There's drowning. Alright, so let's go to the title screen again. Checklist. Deaths. It's fine. Drowning, a little bit of drowning did hurt Elodie, but it didn't hurt me. Your boss just texted you and asked you to reach out to the customer that you sold the shed to today about a possible question, and he willingly acknowledged that you were terminated when I asked him if he knew that you were fired. So that means you don't have to do shit for that guy. Don't do anything to him, or for him. He can be the one to go ask questions about sheds, not you. I'm also just gonna increase my size again. I was covering text earlier, but like, I feel like I'm so small on the screen. Alright, so fallen victim to monsters is a special one that we can't really do on our own. Let your blood run dry. I forget where to get that. Gotten too close to a sword. I think I can do that. Hang on. We're going back to tournament. Let's just pick any one of these, because we're all going to fail. Music. You aren't trading any instrument that's appropriate for something like this. You have to sing a cappella. Tighten your belly and force yourself to sing hard and loud rather than give in to fear. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually equate with singing well. You might have been better off stopping. All the winners are announced and displayed to great cheers. As near queen, you place flower garlands around their necks. A man approaches the winner's platform! It's Kevin, the Earl of Ao. In one hand, he carries an armored gauntlet, in the other a sword.
My family's blood is on your hands!
Aris, the ringleader of the rebellion. She was his mother.
He casts the metal glove to the ground with a clatter and raises his sword, pointing it at you.
I challenge you, Elodie. A life for a life!
He's challenging you to a duel? Doesn't he know you can burn him to a crisp just by waving your hands?
I'll accept. Very well, I will meet your challenge. As the challenge party, you have the choice of weapons, swords, nothing matters. Bring me my sword!
Crowd seems not to realize at first that this is a blood match and not entertainment, or perhaps they do and their cheering is all the louder for it. Kevin's rage fills him with great strength, but makes him erratic and unpredictable. Worse, he's armored and he seems willing to settle for nothing less than your death or his. You score minor wounds against him, but his expression never changes, his speed never falters, his face, his eyes, they're as red as blood. He's gone berserk. There's nothing you can do to stop him. Eventually you're overpowered. Got too close to a sword! Told him that you'd have to discuss expectations on both ends before you do any further work for him. That's a very, very diplomatic response. Very nice job on that, Juice. Elodie makes you think of Princess Bubblegum with her pink hair. She can be like Princess Bubblegum depending on how you play her. Alright, back to the title screen. Checklist. Deaths. Okay, blown yourself up. With how good our magic was at multiple points, that's difficult to do. So I can't think I can do that from that playthrough. Cracked your skull, had your life drained. You intentionally killing off people? I'm killing myself! Because there's an achievement in this game for getting all 11 deaths, and that's one of the achievements that I'm hunting. I think I have the 5 death achievement, if it's even an achievement on Steam. But in the game itself, it tracks 5 versus 11. I'm still trying to get all of them. I have to look into what the other ones that I'm missing are, or like how to get them specifically. Yeah, Death Seeker found 11 different ways to die that takes dedication is the Steam achievement name. But yes, there is also achievements for dying at least once and dying 5 different ways. I just got those previously. You really miss out on someone's really cool channel point redeem. There have been some where it caused some sillies to happen, but people stopped pretty quick because there are a lot of choices in this game. And what am I missing for epilogues? Quite a few, actually. Oh, I think it's because there was an issue where they did like an update for the game, and I think it used to be that your ending stuff was only saved on your local computer. And so I don't think when they upgraded it so that way it can save things via Steam, that it pulled everything over. So it only has what we just got in this first run. Had your life drained. Okay, hang on. Horrible man. Execute him. I don't care whether they were demons or not, you're still a murderer, and your life is forfeit! You'll be hanged in public as a deterrent to future criminals. Shoulders slump, yes, your majesty. Wait, he didn't charge me? Okay, interesting. I thought that was gonna happen. We're cheerful at this point in time. Sure. Public manners, public speaking, court manners. Sent to be executed, lashed out with explosive power. Okay, interesting. Okay, I thought for sure he would kill us. You know what? Hang on. It might be... Let's load that again. Horrible man. Imprison him. Skip ahead. Let's go visit the dungeons. No, we don't get a special event for that? Interesting. Alright, then I don't remember how we can... Not preferences checklist. I don't remember how you get your life drained. Or blown yourself up. I think cracking your skull is falling at some point. I'm trying to think of like where you would actually fall from. Because we didn't get the event where like you go, I what with a squid? Because if somebody writes a bad poem about you. But no, even that injures you. Where do you fall from? Let your blood run dry. I don't remember that one either. Okay, I've forgotten quite a few of these deaths. I think I had a couple more. But not all of them previously, which is why I don't have that 11 achievement. So that's something to look into as well. All the different ways we can die. Oh, you know what? Hang on, there might be a guide for this on Steam. How do we kill Elodie? Oh my god, there's popular guides. Hang on, achievements. There, back again. Death Seeker. Let your blood run dry. Okay. must take place in week 16. Oh, it's the parade. Oh, okay. Hang on, I might have a save from there still. Parade? Okay. Oh no, but I remember this. I said I would lead the parade. And then nobody chased after me because they didn't want to kill me at this point. Okay, yeah, alright. So I was too good at this at that time. Alright, I'm not gonna try too hard right now because I still only have enough time for not even a full playthrough. But now I can at least show you guys, like, some tricks I've learned over the time I've played this game in terms of starting a new playthrough. So we're gonna skip a lot of the text for now. Played this before. So you know how I mentioned I used to play this game of, like, obsessively trying to manage my moods and make sure that I can do things with those moods? Surprise, motherfucker! If you want to get the early checks, you have to ignore your moods entirely. And just make sure that you're not negating anything that you want to learn. And there's a lot of things that you want to learn early. So, let's see. We don't need lore. We do need at some point court manners to not wear the necklace if we don't want to. We have a lot of affairs to be worried about. Foreign affairs, internal affairs. I think for now, we want the hospital and the printing press. We can get lonely to boost medicine at some point, and we have more time for that. The printing press is really early. So let's start boosting economics. Let's just do some trade and production now. We learned that even the smallest of villages has a central market where locals can trade what they have grown or made with others who have different skills. You learned that individual peddlers travel between villages and cities, some on foot with packs and mules, others riding horses or wagons, sometimes different wagons grouped together to form a caravan. What's all the noise? We've got Lucille and Charlotte here. Cool. So this is normally where I say, let's not actually go visit Charlotte because it's more useful to start getting moodlets for other things, and Charlotte only gives us cheerful. Let's see. What am I trying to build for in this case? If I want lonely, playing with toys is actually quite useful for that. We're still gonna be afraid for a little while, but it's fine. Okay, and with afraid here, we have agility and faith. Legitimately, there is one thing that I actually never showed you guys. If you level reflexes to a certain point, your teacher walks around you, prodding a finger at you slowly in order to train you in blocking those touches without triggering fear or faster breathing. You practice with a jump rope to increase the speed of your footwork. You practice solo tennis, hitting a ball against the wall repeatedly in order to train your hand and your eye to react. You can play sports on the weekends! And sports gets rid of afraid. I think it makes you angry. So that's very useful to have for mood management. Now, there's technically a route I want to play out with the snake event that happens really early, so I might have to go back and fix that, but it's fine. I just wanted to show you guys that now while I had the chance. Commotion is outside. The Duchess of Ursel. She's a Lumen. So instead of going straight for magical girl stuff, we arrest her. You are a traitor to the crown, and I ought to have you executed. Guards, arrest her! Throw her into the dungeons and let her rot.
Well, I suppose she won't be a problem anymore.
Okay, so we're not going to go to the dungeons because now there's a special event there to talk with her. We are still depressed again. Sports also gets rid of lonely, which is bad for boosting herbs and stuff. I think this is a play with toys route. We're getting into yielding because that gives us royal demeanor for composure. I think that's a way to avoid the necklace check. So we're just gonna real briefly pop into here. You practice deep breathing exercises, positive thinking, sitting calmly. Loves me, he loves me not. You gather your skirts, prepare to sit down, when all of a sudden a hissing noise alerts you to a hidden danger, snakes!
Charlotte, don't move!
Darn. Okay. With quick reflexes, you grabbed a fork stick and managed to flip the snake away from you and your cousin.
Get away, you horrible thing!
You stomp loudly on the ground, the snake slithers off into the distance.
What is going on out here?
Mommy, there was a snake!
What was a snake doing in the royal gardens? This is completely unacceptable. You could have been killed.
Elodie scared it off.
That's not good enough. I can't have my daughter remaining in such a dangerous place. We are returning home to Merva at once.
Aww.
Okay, so I'm actually just gonna go back to title screen real quick right now. We're gonna zoom through all of that again because I can't level reflexes for the outcome that I want. There is a way to skip the sense magic check at the ball for something that's very important. And it's impossible to have your sense magic leveled that quickly unless you like speed run getting your crystal somehow. So with this happening, I played this before. We're once again going to study economics. Let's just do accounting right now. Skip. Alright, I think we played with toys last time to get into afraid. I really don't want to be afraid. I want to be angry, but nothing gives me angry. Let's just play with toys. Okay, because it doesn't hurt economics. Did we do some divination early? Because a lot of the failed divination checks are actually huge in terms of being able to prepare for things ahead of time. Like, they can be one of the things that lets you know that Shenjia is going to invade, for example. It's also able to let you know about, like, I think assassination attempts, like the one that warned about the chocolates, for example. And I think they also, there's at least one that can let you know about upcoming rebellions, like the one that we had in the Civil War, where we had to execute a Reese, I think is her name, or something like that. Okay, so if this is the case, I think we're just gonna go now for like trade. Come to pay your respects, arrest her. Let's not talk to her yet. We're angry, which is good. Let's get back into yielding so we can do that composure check. And I'm actually going to save here. Starting off. Achievement hunt. Cool. Loves me not. A snake! Charlotte, don't move! You grab for a stick to push the snake away, but you lack the skills to do the job properly, and poking the snake only makes it angry. Too fast to see, it lunges forward and sinks its fangs into your leg. Ow! The snake slithers away, but it's too late now. A strange tingling sensation begins to spread through your flesh.
That's a milk viper! They're poisonous! I don't feel good.
Your leg is going numb, you stumble and fall to the ground.
Hold on!
Your cousin kneels beside you and presses her hands over the bite mark. The area throbs painfully, then begins to feel warm. After a minute, you're dizzy, but your leg isn't buzzing anymore, even the wound has disappeared.
How did you do that? I don't know how I do it, I just can. I'm not supposed to tell anybody. People think it's freaky. You won't tell, will you? Of course not. I'm just lucky you were here.
Girls, what's going on out here? I heard yelling.
Nothing. We saw a snake, but it got away.
A snake? That's it? Charlotte, pack your things. We're going back to Merva. It's not safe here.
Aww.
All right, and then now that check has been failed, we know Charlotte has magic, which has some implications about people in her family, like her mother. So with this done, we can go to visit the dungeons. Venture to the depths of the castle dungeons. The Duchess of Ursul is there in her cell, sitting perfectly straight on the bench against the wall and looking at your direction as if she'd been expecting you.
Caution is wise for one in your position. Hasty judgments can lead to trouble. Are you ready to listen now?
Hear her out.
What do you want to say?
It is the responsibility of the King or Queen of Nova to handle magical energies to protect the domain. That is what a lumen does, what your mother did, and what I do.
My father said it was your fault she died.
What he said was that she died by magic. Being a lumen is never safe. We pay a high price for our powers. But without a lumen queen, this entire domain is at risk. Release me and I will teach you what you need to know to keep your responsibilities.
Freer.
I don't have any choice, do I? Fine, I'll have the guards release you.
Come to me in my rooms as soon as you can to begin your training.
All right, so now we are back to Afraid. At this point in time, I think I'm gonna real quick pivot to reflexes just to get sports to manage our anger and loneliness a little bit better. I can't think of anything else. Like, we do need to start trying to study Novan history really fucking fast. That's why I'm trying to push for yielding as best as I can. I want to say internal affairs is technically the best check for figuring out what's going on with that Ixian border thing, but I'm hoping that Novan history is enough for that. Let's see. Agility, faith. Let's just go ahead and get tennis. Castle seems quieter. We get more servants. Okay, we're still afraid. I'm so sorry. Juliana, you're gonna have to wait a day. Cool. There it is. History and faith. All right, history. I'm banking on Novan affairs. Damn it. Stories arrived from a Duke of Sedna. We don't have a Duke of Sedna. No. I failed my court manners check. Oh my god. All right, whatever. You know what? I can probably load off. Starting the achievement hunting. Composure from there. Skip. We see she's got magic. Mood. I'm going to get into yielding now and then go see Juliana. Alright, let's go elegance and presence. You know what, let's do elegance and then composure for the second one, because that might be enough to cap us. Super close. Alright, now we go visit her. Hear her out. Free her, pressured, cool. This game does have a lot of choices. Yes. Not after school. One weekend activity can be the difference between you having the right mood for getting your stats raised versus not. I'm gonna save again. Juliana free. Charlotte magic confirmed. Okay. So then from here, it seems like a D&D game. Oh man, maybe that's why I liked this so much when I was younger. I couldn't play D&D then, but I still wanted the thrill of it. Let's go history, foreign affairs real quick. So relationship with Nova. There we go, that's what I was looking for. The Duchess of Hellas tried to foment an insurrection in Northern Ixion. Approaches for your attention. We don't have a Duke of Sedna. Damn. Okay, unless the 50 is what we're aiming for. much you've seen that seems super detailed like that. It's how do I explain it? D&D is as detailed or simple as you make it. It's fine. I'm wearing the necklace. It's okay. I can just get my court manners up some more by staying and yielding. Did I not unlock sports this time? I did not. It's fine. Let's just see Juliana again. You know, we have Mother's Crystal. No, we don't. You need to find a way to access it. Okay, so now we can do presence up here. And then composure up here. Oh, that's what happened. I think it was composure for the first check, but it's gonna be court manners later. So this is not the right one necessarily. That's what happened. I fucked that up. Okay, that's my bad. I was confusing composure and court manners. Do I go back? Yeah. Alright, classes, roll demeanor, and then conversation, court manners. Skippy. Reflexes done. Get into yielding right away. Yeah, we'll do that one more time. Okay. Now we're where we need to be. Go ahead, hear her out, free her. Technically, you can leave her imprisoned, and then somebody else, the priest who she was seen talking with in a previous game that we did, will advocate for you to go and free her, which is fun. But I'm not looking for that at this point in time, because Juliana is the faster method of getting access to your Lumen Crystal. Oh, right, I was on a tangent about D&D. I'm gonna continue that tangent because I think it's fun. Although I am gonna save real quick. Overwrite. Cool. So yeah, D&D is as complex or as simple as you make it to be. A lot of people do get invested in like, oh yeah, here's how court politics and stuff like that, and you know, the workings of the world and the relationships between all the different peoples and their nations. That's how that would work out. Like, I have it all planned out, but a lot of people don't have a brain for that. Like, not a brain, like a mind for it. It's hard to wrap your head around. It really, really is. And so it's one of those things where, like, if you don't want to have a bunch of the court politicking, you just don't do that. You look at anything else instead. Alright, with composure boosted there. I'm just gonna do elegance there and like another round of court manners to be safe. Don't have a Duke of Sedna. There we go. Might not be appropriate for me to wear a man's gift in public. People think it means something. Let's not wear it. And now we can go speak to Juliana. Okay, so with composure and court manners done, let's swap over our composure training over to economics because we're behind on that. I think we only have like a couple more weeks before the guy is gonna ask for the printing press. Which means I should be doing production. Familiar figure, it's a Duchess Ursula, gay, homosexual, gay. Someone at the palace, I think we want to be Angie here, so we're gonna call the guards instead of trying to climb up. Yup, because now that negates the 2 that we were at before. Perfect. And now at any point in time, if we want to be lonely, this is like the ideal format that we want if we want to get into herbs or conversation. I think in this point in time, though, we're gonna talk to Dad about the Lumen Crystal and go, no, you can't have it. And we go, Q. Frequent saves are good for the health. Save for health. Cool. Alright, so then with that done, I think we have enough court manners, I'm hoping we do at least, for the upcoming meeting to potentially smooth things over. I want to instead go into foreign affairs for a little bit while doing our production training. Step aside and let her pass. Cool. Alright, Juliana, things are bad. Need to find a way. I'll try to find a way for a little bit of willful as a treat. Because that also helps to balance out the mood. And there we go. Perfect situation. At this point in time, we can do literally anything to make us willful and lonely will take effect. Or we can make ourselves afraid to have that take effect. Or we could do a little bit more yielding to get down further while we mess with other values. It's perfect! Royalty meter, history, faith. So in this case, more trade, more production is very important. Accounting is what's going to get us into the treasury. I think the accounting check is lower than the presence check needed to get into the treasury. So I think production is already at 25. Let's swap to trade and keep going on foreign affairs. Head hurts from trying to understand everything. Sorry, you can tell I played this game on and off for years, so I'm sitting here going bim, boom, bam, do the thing, yeah! You know? Which is crowdfunding. Is this enough? Yes! Cool.
Huh. If it really works, this could be a very important invention.
Invest.
We would be happy to invest in your venture.
You just can't follow. Do you need me to like slow down and explain anything? Because I can. I am more than happy to explain anything that you might need me to. Treasury is not gonna be good enough yet. I guess it's good for being angry. Because I think if they deny you, it's a source of anger for a little while. I don't want to be willful yet because I can't train Lumen. I will need military stuff. I think let's stay yielding. Oh no! I got angry and willful from that, so now we're in conversation and medicine. Okay. We have a negative to our internal affairs too. That's rough, buddy. Let's go one more round of accounting and then don't have any outfits, but I will be able to get the economics outfit after this, which is why I'm doing the accounting. And from there, is it worth pushing for medicine now? Because the next time somebody's gonna ask for funding is the woman at week 17, I think, is when she asked for the hospital stuff. Maybe it gets delayed by other things. Oh, it's not week 17, because I think that's the parade. At some point in time, we'll have somebody asking about a hospital. Let's do public speaking, maybe? No. Flattery, no. Let's do one more foreign affairs, maybe. Let's see. Southeast Lights of Amanda Talesi, which we have enjoyed fairly cordial relations. Sedna, their chief province, borders the Novan Duchy of Elith, and nobles from the two provinces have been known to intermarry. Did I ask if you're safe? Oh, I've mentioned it a few times, but we don't have to worry too much about the snowstorm in our area. We are pretty far north on the east coast, so we are not in like the bigger range of it. It's still gonna get pretty cold. It's looking like for tomorrow, that is when the snow is going to, or sorry, technically today because it's past midnight. But it's gonna start sometime in the afternoon for us, and then it's just gonna keep snowing, is the expectation. And then it's gonna snow into Monday. And then Monday is also expected to be snowing for most of the day. We are looking at, it's saying for Monday, like 7 inches of snow. And then for Sunday, apparently in the next 24 hours, 14 inches of snow. I don't know if I believe that. So it's gonna be not really a lot of ice, but yes, a lot of snow. So we're just gonna be snowed in for a little while. We have food. Ideally, the power will not go out, but who knows? We do have some stuff in the pantry for if that happens. Hope I'm safe, nothing bad happens to you or my Pikachu hubby. He's not a Pikachu, he's a Psyduck. Thank you. But yeah, worst case scenario, if the power goes out, we can just take the cat and stay warm, huddle together. We've got some candles that we can light if we need to. Can't believe we just called him a Pikachu. I know! I mean, it's yellow, but it's the wrong mon entirely. One's a water type, the other's an electric type, one of them is a mouse, the other is a duck. Your brain is not on Earth. It's okay, it's okay. You don't have to remember everything about him. It's okay. You know, I'm what you're here for, right? Not my husband. So why would you care about remembering things about him? Ha ha ha! Alright, my sympathies for your loss. Thank you. Must call for your aid. The Ixionite occupation of the country of Imbrium has gone on for too long. It's time for a pushback. His sister, the Duchess of Hellas, started trouble in Ixion 4 years ago, so they invaded his territory as payback. I don't know anything about the military. I don't want to fight. Send for diplomats from Ixion. Thank you, Your Highness.
Gross! By the way, this man is 31, and she's 14. If I might say so, you're looking particularly lovely this day. I hope you will think fondly of me.
Is he flirting with me? He's almost as old as my father!
No! No, thank you. You're stressed about all your friends in the storm. You have one in Canada, she said it's supposed to get down to -50. Yeah, I was reading about that. It's like Ontario is a province or something. That's where it's supposed to be -50 degrees. They just cannot go outside. No amount of layering is going to save you from that. So I can see why you'd be concerned. That's definitely pretty scary. I just want small, minute changes, and I have nothing that gives me small, minute changes. Can't imagine the damage it'll do to people's vehicles either. Right? You better hope you have a garage and that garage is heated, because what else are you gonna do? So much stress. Unfortunately, in situations like this where you're not able to do anything about a given situation, the best thing to do is to focus on the things you can do. So in this case, if you can't really do anything to help, then it might be good to just keep checking in with people every so often, making sure they're okay. Or if you're worried about somebody being able to like afford food, for example, you might be able to send them some money, that type of thing. But ultimately, you can't focus on the things that are out of your control, or else it's going to be awful. Speaking from experience here, good God, I have so many issues with not doing that. Feel like a spoink almost. You just need to keep hopping around or else you're gonna die. You know what? I can afford exactly one afraid. I think that's fine. Okay, outfit. Economics, thank you. Look at her fancy top hat! And her nice clean tux. Ah. This is a good time to save. Ixion time, baby! Thank you for the kind words about it. Of course. I'm here to ramble and force feed you guys cute magical girl game, and that's about it. I think it's too late to try and boost internal affairs for this, but maybe I can get something out of it. Next in line, Charlotte. Merveline. Okay, I think it's too late for that, but it's fine. Full support. Novan history, no! Okay, foreign affairs.
It was the Duchess of Hellas who tried to take over part of Ixian's territory without the support of my mother, the Queen.
Foreign affairs failed. No! Alright, I'm gonna load that. Alright, I have one chance. I have one chance to cap this out. I'm gonna try and take it. The Duchy of Lilo is not part of the pre-imperial Nova, but the western range of the Yevon nomads. A faction of Yeveni who wish to settle offered their allegiance willingly to a Novan queen, and their chief was named a duke. Neat! No! No! Alright, hang on, give me a moment. What if we just go all in onto Novan history? She looks so cute in that outfit. She does. I love it. Hellas and Moray are neighboring duchies. Together, the siblings Bryn and Banyan govern most of southern Nova. Okay, that's good information. Foreign affairs. We failed the foreign affairs again. Okay, I'm gonna save here because the marriage option is actually a decent one for the Duchess of Hellas, Bryn, for a very specific reason. Marriage. This bitch is gay. I don't know if you remember from previous lore that we got, but she's gay. And so having her marry a noble, because the practice is common in this area, is also good cover for her to be gay as hell. You right to invade us. Commander to marry Nixie Knight. She'll marry Nixie Knight, lord of your choosing. I will not! You will if I say you will, or I'll take your title away. Her heirs will be of your blood, in a peaceful union that benefits us both. Accept this arrangement. Damn. Internal affairs failed, so I can't get her approval for it. Because you can point that out, that it's a very useful cover marriage, and she's suddenly okay with it. Well, not suddenly, like she takes your point.
Remember that my sister is not the only unmarried noblewoman in Nova.
People expect me to find a husband too.
Alright, well, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yielding afraid. I don't want to push afraid without my reflexes. Let's play with some toys real quick. Alright, so yeah, I need to get into Willful eventually for internal affairs, but I also need my accounting to be boosted. Alright, so economics, accounting, and then let's actually do some more trade, because we have a future check for that in the future. Let's see. Much of the domain's trade comes in from the Western Ocean. The capital city and your castle are located on an island near the mouth of the Kavala River. Maybe Kavaya? It's probably Kavala River, where it meets the sea. That makes this the most important location for trade in the domain. The second most important seaport in the domain is Ursulia on the Theku Bay. Ursul is the only duchy with no access to the Kavala River. They send their goods south to you by ship. Study bookkeeping and the art of notating incomes and expenditures, as well as how to determine the amount of funds a solvent business needs to keep on hand in order to continue functioning. You learn about the concept of diminishing returns, a point after which spending more on a particular project fails to improve it as much as the previous spending did. Do I know the Putt-Putt and Freddy Fish games? Yes! Keithang, I don't know what they are. We don't have anything to do with them. Just let it eat, people. But yeah, I know them. I used to play the Freddy Fish games as a wee child. I think they were on the school computers, And so I greatly enjoyed them at that point. Okay, so if I just do a little bit of lonely maxing, then I can get into conversation. Let's do that. But also, we can work on medicine. Oh, and then I can finally get our Lumen Crystal. We're a little bit late on that front. I forgot about that, but that's fine. Real demeanor, intrigue, and faith are all... Okay. Okay, let's do intrigue, not intrigue, medicine, herbs. Willow bark can be used to relieve aches and fever. Feverfew can be used to reduce tension and headaches. The oil of cloves rubbed on the skin can relieve pain, particularly in teeth. I'm too late! I'm too late! Oh no, I gotta go back. Okay, so in this case, my Ixion save is helpful because I don't get too much out of my Novan stuff or my foreign affairs. Okay, let's boost accounting so we can get that done, and then medicine into herbs. Okay. Offer to punish. Command her to marry an Ixionite. You will. You do if I say you do. Would ever consider playing them on stream? They're all on Steam. I don't think I would personally. We can grab a lonely cheerful here. There we go. And now we can get some more bonuses to medicine. In battlefield. Keithong is sighted, and we can not worry about that. Let's go to the treasury. You overwhelm the guards with facts and figures. Explain that you need treasury access to adjust the royal budget, which may affect their pay packets as well as the taxes assessed on their friends and family. They stand aside. Alright, more willful, which means we are still lonely, so we can keep medicine maxing. But yeah, I don't have any interest in older games like that, so that specifically don't really have like a lot of mechanical complexity or narrative complexity. They're just there to be a little silly at all of the old. It's charming animation for sure. I'm pretty sure a lot of that was like hand drawn. Because it's all old like sprite work, isn't it? So like there's a huge charm to the Freddy Fish games and everything like that, but I'm not interested in going back if it's puzzles for children, you know? Ooh. No, I don't need a log. One more round of herbs and battlefield medicine. Please, please, please. Yes! Centralizing resources could help people who don't have doctors of their own. Invest! Have you told me about the Crimson Desert game coming up? I think you've mentioned it before, but I don't remember the synopsis of it. Apologies. You got it. Now we can pick up the crystal. Do it! Illuminate! We're still lonely. Here, I'll do a brief look. Crimson Desert. Action-adventure open world game. Is it like a medieval fantasy type thing for the setting? That's what it looks like, kind of. One YouTube thumbnail's like bigger than Red Dead 2 and has dinosaurs in all caps. But I assume you're excited for it if you're talking about it. Let's just grab poison right now. Finish that off. First treatment for most ingested poisons is to purge the stomach by forcing the victim to eat powdered charcoal, which can absorb dangerous substances. Certain poisons will counteract each other, such that either on their own will kill the victim, but carefully applying a matching amount of the other will cure. If a victim is stabbed with the poisonous spine of a sea urchin, the spine must be removed carefully and the affected area soaked in very hot water in order to cook out the poison. It's possible to become immune to the venom of a particular snake by routinely ingesting very small amounts. However, this protection is temporary and will not provide any help against other snakes. A woman has been convicted of attempted murder and requests the mercy of the crown. Which sister? Is she alright? You have to say for yourself. Don't know what this is all about. Even murder is a serious crime. Let me just save here because this might be a death that we can access. Potential death. If we execute her, you'll not have me. She rushes at me. I grope for a weapon, but archery! Your missile flies wide of its mark. Before you have a chance to do anything else, your personal guards step into action. No, she dies. Okay. If we imprison her, is it the same thing? Yeah. Okay, last time he went to go kill her because we tried to put her to work. No, actually, we asked about what happened and insulted his family directly. Teehee. About you being in a group of bandits and you trying to get everyone back together, that they split up in the story. Seems fun, you get to ride dragons, horses, bears, dinosaurs, mechs. One person tried to mathematically figure out the map size and it's gonna be like 400 square miles. Okay, but the most important thing for any open world game is it actually filled with fun things to do. Because if it's not, then it just becomes empty space, you know? Alright. We are gonna boost medicine for now, I guess. We don't actually. Let's just put the tuxedo back on. They claim it will be, but everyone says that. Yeah, that's the thing. Alright, so I'm trying to remember. We need to boost intrigue, so we need to become willful fast. And we also need military to be worked on too. Damn, and we also need to work on conversation because I need that for the ball that's coming up. God, there's so many fucking checks. Ugh. All right, while we're here, we can work on our Novan history. We need both in order to level it up, of course. Here's strange sign. Oops. I don't have enough divination. Alright, so I think now is when we lonely max for a little bit as we grind willful. Because now we can also grind out conversation in terms of public speaking and flattery. And then we can get more court manners. The festival of the good lady is approaching. Public celebration for the commoners, followed by a grand gala for the nobility. There'll be dancing! Expect to lead the procession, take part in the planting, possibly give a speech. Orders come from the factory for books that you have funded. They've assembled enough equipment to begin printing test pamphlets. As the royal sponsors, you're right to decide the content of the first printing. Alright, let's do pro-Lumen propaganda, because I'm a Lumen. I think the people of Nova don't have enough respect for magic users. I want to print pamphlets about the Lumens. I'll show everyone how magic can do good things. There's a letter from Brienne. Her mother's the Duchess of Mead. She's complaining her mother won't let her come home for the holidays. Apparently her uncle Kevin has been acting strangely lately and shouting at shadows. That changed from the last time. Alright. Little bit willful, little bit lonely. Okay, now we can get our flattery leveled. Okay, that unlocks that outfit. We lead the parade. Let's make a save here. Parade! Lead the parade. Decoration failed. Elegance failed. Okay, cool. I think that actually hurts my public perception when you fail those checks, but it's fine. There's supposed to be floating islands for you to fly to on the dragons. You can jump off them like you jump off towers in Zelda and glide around. Interesting, okay. I mean, it's not the first time an open world game would have like towers and like, ways to move between them. I think adding the verticality can be fun as a method of interacting with the world and traversing it. It can also lead to a lot of empty space though, so we'll see. Okay, if we hold court, Lonely goes back to 2, Willful goes down to 2, so that's the perfect outcome for us. There we go. Let's put on our conversation stuff for now. Oh, demeanor, history, economics is the penalty. Intrigue, military, lumen is the good stuff right now. We've got a ball coming up. Let's go intrigue, eternal affairs, maybe? Grand ball. We're going to fail our presence and elegance checks and composure checks. First dance is for us. Damn, I failed all my intrigue and court manners. Okay, so I definitely didn't have enough time spent on preparing for the ball, which sucks, but it's fine. Let's dance with someone about our age. He's safe. Hey, but we got this part. You interact comfortably with your peers, leaving a wise word in every ear. Banyan stepping up.
If I might have your attention, I believe we should offer our compliments to our lovely hostess. Not only does she protect our borders, but she has begun to address the long-standing problem of a shortage of heirs. My sister is proud to do her duty, as of course are others, such as myself and our lovely new queen.
We'll hear the chorus of eyebrows being raised. He's trying to suggest that he and I have some sort of romantic arrangement? If I don't deflect that, everyone will be sure it's true.
May I have this dance, fair lady?
All right. Banyan, damn you. I don't think I have enough court manners to save this, but we'll see. Wait, no. I didn't mean to accept. Refuse.
You're pushing your luck, Banyan.
Use of his untitled name does not intimidate him.
Am I? Surely as queen you would act in accordance with your responsibilities just as you expect of your court.
Yes, I will marry, but I will marry the person who is best for me in my domain. So if you want to win my hand, you'd better set about proving your worth.
The Duke of Moray smiles widely and inclines his head to you, acknowledging you the victor of this little verbal sparring match. The Gal continues to take the opportunity to observe nobles that you rarely see. There's Gwenelle, Oradell, no, Brienne, her parents are here. Shouldn't they be here? Your father and uncle are here.
Wait, damn, I thought learning about Charlotte's magic...
I thought that was supposed to let me speak to Lucille there. Ah, shit. Well, I've been vague about it, but you know all the different assassination attempts that are going on throughout this game? Lucille's behind them all. And you have a chance to recruit her here. If you are able to get things to go right. I'll have to look into how to do that again, because I could do it before, but I don't remember how now. But at least we could piss off Banyan, so I'm okay with that. Or not even piss him off, just deflect him. Let's take a little bit of willful and angry to get angry back at neutral. I think in this case, let's go ahead and start investing in We're going to need basically all of intrigue and military and stuff like that. So let's do ciphering for now. Latest events in the domain. How dare she make a move? We can't be nice to her. Maybe insult her with false flattery. Oh my, what large breasts you have! Putting them on display for any particular reason?
Elodie! Really, my dear, it's not polite to comment on a lady's attributes like that. But you are young, you will grow. Perhaps we'll be seeing more of each other in the future. She gives a little wave and exits. When she's gone, you raise an eyebrow at your father. This is the path that you have set us on.
What do you mean?
Your acts have made everyone think about preparations for the future. Caloris needs an heir. My brother, your Uncle Armand, is looking for a wife as well. One of us, at least, must produce more children.
But, Mama...
Nothing can ever replace your mother. But we all have to do things that we don't want to do. You should be careful with how you deal with people like Siren. You need the goodwill of your nobles as well as your commoners.
There haven't been any problems so far.
As queen, you must be aware of everything around you.
Isn't that what I have agents for?
Yes, but you must give them direction. What is your greatest concern?
Give me foreign threats! I need to know if any foreign powers are moving against me. Because we know he's going to invade. It is possible to win the naval war. Alright, I think we keep willful maxing for a little bit. Damn, maybe if my flattery had hit 50, that would have been enough. But I'm not concerned about it enough to go back to it. Okay, we do need to get back into conversation boosting at some point. Citing adjustments to the royal budget. Based on the records and notes of current expenditures, if you maintain the current rate of tax, you'll still have 7,919 gold lassie and 85 silver tillassie available for special projects. Can't imagine any reason that you need to spend so much. You could afford to lower taxes. Any little trade disruption shouldn't need more than a few hundred lassie to sort out, at least temporarily. There, now because we could keep things the same with our lassie, it's fine. I'm actually going to raise them. We need more money. Raise the taxes a bit. There's technically a way to do this without impacting commoner perception. I think it impacts noble perception. But I'm preparing for war, baby. Okay, and now we can start mitigating our willful using our toys to eventually get us back down. I probably should have worn the economics tuxedo for that, but it's fine. For now, let's go back into intrigue suit. And let's start boosting military early. Let's do logistics for now. Request to stand in judgment. Man has been convicted by strangling his wife. Demons that make you attack people. I'm pretty sure I already got him to kill us before, right? Murder. Pardon him. Just very sorry for your loss. The monsters are responsible, not you. Don't blame yourself. The priestess of the Royal Grove will take care of purifying you. Okay, I can do one more round of toys, and then my willful and lonely will be tied. Perfect. Alright, naval strategy for sure. At some point we need to get into angry, I think? No, not weapons. We need maybe afraid for agility. There's a letter for you. Who sent this? It isn't signed. It's a poem describing a manner that is entirely inappropriate for a queen. I what with a squid? Oh, I wish I could check my things. That's terrible. Who writes this garbage? Ignore it. Okay, I'm a little angry right now, but it's fine. It's cool. It's good. You know what? Let's do a little bit of Lonely and Afraid. So now I can get back into boosting that conversation stuff. Because we are going to need public speaking and court manners. Fabian, the Earl of Titan, Duke Regent of Elf, has passed away. He was old. Damn, even the catsuit, I failed my internal affairs? Okay. You know what? There is a different achievement I can get, and unfortunately, it does require doing this. Alright. Child. Okay, I'll marry him. At least that way I won't get stuck with an old man.
You can't actually marry him until he's old enough, but he will be brought here to live as your companion.
Alright, if you visit the treasury... Angry and willful. Okay, perfect. If I don't have my economic suit on, it changes back to not being allowed in, which is very useful for going back and forth between conversation, boosting, and other things. Let's finish off military strategy so we can get that boosted. Musician Witch's crown patronage. Damn it, I didn't do my thing. She's too good. We accept her as a courtroom musician anyway because I think she's cute. -1 willful, +1 pressured. Ha ha ha. We can keeping them even with each other for no cost. 10 battalions is very good to have. We love to see it. I think I'm going to go for T-Dress for now. Keep these boosted. Never know when you'll need them. I do need to get to a point where I'm not getting negatives in my economics, though, because production is going to be useful for getting our naval fleet prepared. Thinking. Let's do some more logistics. No, not outfit, mood, skills. And then let's do some more intrigue. Internal affairs. Dickmary's paid suit to Duchess of Ursel. She's gay as hell.
How is Adair settling into life at the castle?
I found him in the garden trying to catch frogs. I think he's still afraid of me.
I'm sure he'll work things out. Right! I forgot. Okay, so I think I can't actually get that achievement. There's an achievement in this game for actually being able to, like, kiss your fiance before the marriage, and it's this kid, because you guys are actually very close in age. She's 14 and he's like 12 or 13. So it's meant to be like a young love type thing.
But I think if you fail this animal handling check, he's unable to open up to you. Oh well, I'm not gonna go back for that. We're still willful. Oh, talk to Adair? Hi, Adair! Oh, he's so young! Heir to the Duchy of Elith, age 12, engaged to Elodie. His mother is Kaylee, Duchess of Elith, deceased. His stepmother is Aris, the Duchess of Layla. And his father is Fabian, Earl of Titan, deceased.
Hi, Elodie.
How are you doing?
Okay, I guess it's really quiet here. How come you don't have any more brothers or sisters?
I don't know.
Mom, Reese said it's a noble's duty to have a big family.
Well, not everyone agrees with her.
Sorry. Should I kiss you now?
What?
Okay, maybe we can still get it. Alright. You can if you want.
If you want to.
Bend over a little so you can reach. The result is damp. Sorry. Must be even more strange for him than it is for you. He's lost a parent too, now everyone else is making decisions about his life. Including you.
If you'd like, you can come to some of my classes. Or meet with the tutors that I'm not using that week. I mean, it's important for you to learn too, right? You're going to be a duke and a king consort like my father.
Okay.
Alright, that's supposed to be an achievement. I don't know why that hasn't popped. It might be because there is still a chance for him to not survive to the wedding. If I get another civil war, there's a chance that he gets killed. Alright, well, let's do a more military logistics and naval strategy. Calculate any war preparations based on the movement of goods within their lands. Study the benefits of looting as a troop motivator versus the negative effect on civilian populations. Learn about the requirement for all civilized sailors to rescue the crew of a sinking ship. Aha! Learn about the use of ships in transporting ground soldiers between locations. We are so close to being able to make more. Your agents report a build of military strength, particularly warships in Shanjia, the major power across the ocean to the west. They may be intending to go on the attack. Shanjia has been growing stronger or larger in recent years. Shanjia lies a great distance from Nova. You have few diplomatic ties and no known conflicts. There's no reason to assume that you would be the target. Still, if they send a fleet across the ocean, Nova might be in danger. At the very least, shipping will be disrupted. It takes time to assemble worthy vessels. It was trade! Once it is, they won't come to you. Build more! Send orders for the assembly of new ships and the strengthening of weaponry and cladding on the existing fleet. If the trouble comes, you'll be ready for it. Okay, but now I do have to get a little lonely with it. Because that does not impact our economics. Okay. And medicine helps with, like, stopping any battlefield injuries and stuff like that. So it helps with public opinion afterwards. But I also need to get afraid. You know what? Maybe let's get angry. Let's try and find a way to get angry. But for now, we'll do something for production. And then from there... maybe... we need medicine. Battlefield medicine. Tolerance and Jacobson has instituted high tariffs and trade restrictions. Fuck you, dude. Because I didn't wear his damn necklace. You have a large amount of discretionary funds remaining in the treasury and you can easily handle this situation. Send emergency aid. You know, I need to get willful and angry. Willful and angry. Weapons and military. Huh. I thought anger would be more helpful. Alright. Okay, let's do some climbing outside of our stuff. Letters for you. Another letter from Brienne. She's bored. Unfortunately, if we go to Sudbury for Gwenelle's party, we're going to get attacked. We don't have the extra guard, so we will die on the way there. Party death. So send your regrets, and ideally, our court manners is enough to not offend her. I might just try and do a little bit of that right now. Hang on. What can make me afraid? Well, I can't even get back to lonely, so... Yes, I can. Haha. I need more climbing. How to decline invitations. There we go. All my friends are at Glenelle's party and I don't get to go. I sent her a note with my regrets and a gift, and she accepted, so at least she's not upset. Cool. -1 willful, +1 pressured. 10 battalions. Warships proceed apace, I think that said. I'm gonna need more military boosted in order to win this naval battle that's coming. Let's do herbs and battlefield medicine because I'm pretty sure that also helps with the war check. Need to be sewn closed, piercing arrows should never be pushed through the body, broken bones.
I noticed you were looking over some military records the other day.
I was just checking into how many soldiers we had available.
If you're desperate to recruit more fighters, you could offer pardons to criminals in exchange for service. Be careful, though. Some of them are dangerous and unreliable. That's why they were in prison to begin with.
I'm gonna save here and see if that changes anything. Prison conscription?
Let's do that. Criminals probably already know how to fight.
Now what do we got? Pressed by the discipline, 10 battalions, 2 companies, 2 platoons. Alright, so then from here, I think what I'm gonna do is, that's probably enough medicine. I think I'm just gonna like do a little bit more power leveling on climbing because that's necessary for doing well on the ship. Climb up over the wall with the aid of a well-anchored rope. Up sailing down a wall, descending with the aid of a rope. We're maxed.
The Duchess of Mead is here to see you, my lady.
Hello, Elodie. I'm sorry to trouble you, but have you seen Brienne? No, not since I left school.
She's gone missing. She's not at school where she should be. I know she was unhappy, but I never expected.
She wrote me a letter saying that she was bored and looking for adventure, but that's all I know.
Oh dear.
I hope she hasn't done anything too foolish. My poor little lamb. I have to go look for her.
Alright, something to make me less lonely. Pressured helps. I will attend court, actually. Because now we're at weapons and military. We can pump things into strategy. And then economics is not being reduced. So let's do a little bit more on the trade, because I feel like there's something else coming up for that. The effects of different kinds of battle terrain, ranged weapons, cavalry. Range trade comes from the Western Ocean. Ursel. Free gust of wind blows out all the candles. Huh, strange. Anyways. -1 yielding, +1 pressured. I want to be afraid. Afraid and lonely. No, not lonely. Afraid and pressured. I don't think I can do that at the same time. So I can do willful and angry. Depressed and afraid. Let's do that. A little bit more lonely. I think we keep pumping into military for now, even though I'm not willful. No, maybe we can do a little bit of economics. Production, maybe. And then maybe let's do some naval strategy, actually. Cost time and materials required to construct new ships. Things have been so unsettled lately. Everyone's on edge. We need something cheerful. Offers prizes. Employment! Some of the halters being lazy. Alright, chocolates. Are you going to kill me this time? Chocolate producers in Kegel usually ship goods down the Dnieper River through Ursel, not straight to the capital. This merchant house probably specializes in something else and only traded for the chocolate. Wait, that's oddly high-handed for some tiny trader I've never heard of. There's something suspicious about this. Can I test for poison properly? Because there might be an achievement I can grab. Test? Poison? You know enough about poison to conduct some simple experiments. Sadly, suspicion proved correct. Someone has tried to kill you. Okay, that is technically a good flag for something. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to poison a chicken, and this is the event. Hang on, what is the failed check there? Sense magic. Okay, this is the event where you're supposed to be able to poison a chicken by feeding it to them. And I don't remember exactly how you can get that. Maybe it's like a partial success on the poison or the medicine check. I'll have to go back to that at some point. I need to continue to be more afraid and more yielding. So here you go, dungeons. Bonus to history and faith, penalty to weapons and lumen. You know, I was doing so well at getting my crystal early, and then bam, failed it. Failed at ever doing anything with it. Well, I'm trying to win the naval battle. I have a lot of troops. I've got extra ships. I've got 3 weeks until they invade. Let's keep pumping into military, I guess. Naval strategy 100! We get a tournament, almost converts have turned out alike. Jousting, fencing, archery, music, falconry. This could be a way to die. Hang on. Tournament again. Mountain parade. What did I do this time, dude? Refuse. Okay, yeah. Alright. So we have to just do nothing. See a report on the poisoned chocolates. The merchant house named on the card is fictitious. No such traders registered in Kegel. The chocolates themselves arrived in a shipment from a trusted supplier, one whose goods are only subject to the occasional sampling checks instead of more thorough scrutiny. It's hard to imagine a supplier willing to risk losing the royal warrant by taking part in a clumsy assassination attempt. The reputation boost of being known to do business with the palace is quite valuable. Regardless, surely someone in palace security should have been paying more attention. Let's punish the supplier. Because without having my dear Sabine as my spy, I cannot follow up on that lead. Ah! Okay, things to fix. Be depressed, and make sure that I can do voice stuff later. Or earlier. Because later it's just far too much. You need too much of it. Minus when yielding, plus some pressure that negates each other back to being depressed. Let's get depressed and afraid. Because it doesn't actually hurt anything else that we need. We can do logistics to cap that off. I think let's wear the military uniform because we're going into that very shortly. I think strategy is kind of a waste, but whatever. We'll get the max. Learn how to calculate how effective military strength wanes over distance from a home position as it becomes more difficult to put pieces in play. Learn how to delay the advance of an invading force. See the concept of defeat in detail and how an army can be destroyed by crushing small parts one at a time rather than attacking all at once. Says it's urgent.
Ships have been sighted on approach from Shenjia, not trade ships. This is a war fleet. A fleet, yeah.
I've been expecting something like that.
Within a week, they'll be in Novan waters. Within 2, they could reach the capital.
Then we fight to defend ourselves.
Try to use the treasury funds to hire additional soldiers, but it may be difficult on short notice.
Recruit!
Need to drop a naval strategy for our ships to carry out. You could choose to act as admiral. Unless you think your personal skills will make the difference, I would strongly advise against it.
Alright, this is what we've been preparing for. Shenjia sea battle. I sure hope I haven't forgotten anything here. Direct the fleet. So decide for which Lumen's power could be used. Talk to your mentor. Sync them with magic. I could not do anything. Rely on the soldiers. Alright, this is the point where, like, if I could be more willful, it's a good time to do that. We can pump some wheeled magic just to see if we can do something. Yeah, probably not. No! 50 climbing isn't enough! Shenjians outnumber you slightly, but it could all come down to strategy. It's a hard-fought victory regardless! With all of my soldiers and my ships. You've repelled the invasion fleet, driving the survivors back across the sea. You and your sailors are heroes, and Nova is safe once more. Okay. So yeah, if you know about the war in advance as a player, you can do enough flags in order to survive it. You just need to keep on boosting your money, and your soldiers, and your ships. Do it all at every opportunity. Okay, well now is a good time to be yielding, because we can just work on our royal demeanor for the end of the game.
We have obtained a number of Shenjian prisoners who survived the naval battle. A few are from wealthy families and can be ransomed, but most are common sailors and soldiers. What do you intend to do with them?
Let's ransom the rich and conscript the poor.
Ransom back the ones whose families will pay. Offer the soldiers and such their freedom if they are willing to serve in my army instead.
I can afford a little bit less yielding. Alright, outfit we can swap to the... tea gown, I guess. Alright, so we can do one more round of presents. And then, I guess just like boost presents to hell and back. Now that the issue of the prisoners has been dealt with, an enormous festival is held all over Lamsey Island to celebrate your victory over Shenjia. People are hanging your portrait outside their homes and decorating it with flowers like a shrine. Everyone loves you! Ah! Ha, 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 ha. Alright, Alright, but let's go visit her tomb anyway. Alright, coronet is gonna be useful. Composure and elegance as a trait. Only 2 weeks remain. Have you done enough to build a stable Nova? The palace provide entertainment, refreshment. Extravagant feast! Roasted meats, cakes, chocolates, wine, enough for everyone! I can give out commemorative cups and coins! How much money do we actually have? Nope. Can't look still because I'm not wearing my thing. Alright, a little bit of presents as a treat. Castle's buzzing preparations. Decoration failed is more interested in the subject of your marriage. Can't take place until you're of age, of course. Considering all the preparations and the need to recover from the coronation, not for much longer than that. Still doesn't stop people from buzzing around full of ideas and suggestions. It's fine. The kid and I will handle it. Ooh, the elusive rare. Completely neutral. No boosts, no penalties. It is very rare that you see this in my experience, just because like you usually want the boost for things even if you're getting penalties elsewhere. Let's see. It's nothing much is going to really matter now. What are some takeaways from this run? I was able to pass all of the things I wanted for the printing press and the hospital, but my lack of expression stopped me from getting my spy again. And I also wasn't able to recruit Lucille again, which was the point of this run. I might have secured the youth's first kiss thing, but I don't think I did because he doesn't actually like me due to not having the animal handling. So that's something to work on too. I also know that with a little bit of early military investment, like we should be able to threaten to invade and make them back off at the border. Which would get me some approval with my nobles. But we'll see. Well, we can study anything. I guess let's do some last minute Lumen stuff. Celebrating your 14th birthday. You were a princess the last time you saw your mother, blah blah blah. I will. So you're undoubted queen who has sworn you her loyalty. Will you do the same? One by one! They go! Once his daughter was secure on her throne, Jocelyn returned to his birthplace to focus on his duties as Duke of Colores. He soon became engaged to the Countess Siren. Following Elodie's passionate defense of magic and her victory over the Shenjian fleet, the public opinion of Lumens rose to a height that hadn't been seen in 100 years. Oh hey, we still got this one with our pro-Lumen propaganda and being a Lumen ourselves. Loss of their fleet was a terrible setback for Shanjia. However, as with a garden weed, if the root is not burned out completely, the infestation may return even worse than before. The king of Shanjia had somehow escaped either drowning or capture and returned to his homeland to plot revenge against Nova. Raising a new army put a strain on the Shenjian royal treasury, which brought internal tensions among the former city-states to the fore. It would be some years before Shanjia could manage to find a conquering horde again. Years later, when both were adults, Elodie, Queen of Nova, and Adair, Duke of Elf, were married. An entire week of public celebrations was set aside for the wedding, and both bride and groom paraded through the capital on fine white horses from the east. Their relationship often seems to be more one of friends and companions than passionate lovers, but they brought stability to Nova. The invention of the printing press sparked the beginning of a new age of literacy and knowledge. No longer were books the sole preserve of the noble and wealthy. Now information and ideas could be easily passed from one place to another. As the birthplace of this invention, Nova was at the center of a storm of change. The new hospital, funded by Queen Elodie, offered medical services to the common people, but more importantly, it allowed doctors and herbalists to come together and share information.
Trading knowledge increased skill levels and made better care available to all. Even those specialists who catered directly to the elite were benefited by offering their services long enough to learn. That information could also be collected in books and sent around the world. Nova might not benefit directly, but thousands of lives would be saved. Elodie's interest in military strategy led her to treat country management as something of a game that she intended to win. That meant building up Nova's strength to the point where no invader could ever threaten its sovereignty again, and thus Queen Elodie's legacy stretched into the future.
Alright, so we definitely did not get... Where is it? Wait, we have kissed our fiance there. So then, hang on, why didn't that trigger on Steam? Because I don't have that one yet, but even though it's there, huh, okay. That's a shame. We couldn't find any new deaths because we didn't do a lot of them that we needed to for it. Epilogues, we got a couple more. Yeah, the printing press in the hospital, it's not bad. Let's see. Challenge someone to a duel, pay a reward for killing a fugitive, become an evil minion, cause a couple to divorce. Romancing a commoner is something that I am aware of, but it requires early investment in, like, athletics, specifically with climbing in order to pull it off, just to get the first flag, which is not something I normally do, but I know the start of that. And then the rest are pretty easy. So I can do that. I think I'll try that one for tomorrow. I'm gonna do a bit more of my achievement hunting. I'll probably be using some guides to achieve that instead of doing anything on my own, just because there's a lot of trial and error to this game if you're trying to do it on your own, and I don't need to worry about that. But for now, that is it. It's like 1 AM my time. I'm not gonna be raiding out tonight. I might raid out tomorrow though. We'll see how things go. For now, though, thank you so much for joining me and enjoying this older game. This is mostly just to kill time until this upcoming weekend with all my birthday stuff. So I hope to see you there.